Yes, welcome back to another edition of Mixed Combat Radio. It is your main host and a TBV producer and co-host as well, Matt the Hipster Hunter, joined today by Santiago, the human box wreck himself, and obviously later by our boy, Mr. Doomsday, Alex Lyons himself. Santiago, how you doing, brother?
Doing good. It's been a while since we've done one of these, especially a live play-by-play, and I'm looking forward to tonight's card. You've already touted this for us. You wanted to do a preview show ahead of time, but scheduling conflicted with it. But here we are now doing a live play-by-play for everyone who is listening in and tuning in today for both Mixed Combat Radio and UFC on Fox 25.
And very quickly, yes, we were supposed to do a show. I believe it was on Thursday. I don't know if I told the public that, but if I did, I'm sorry. For one, I thought it was a different fight week. I thought it was next week, which would be UFC 214, right? Which is in LA.
Yeah, Anaheim, the Honda Center, Jones versus Cormier 2.
Yes, which is probably one of the biggest cards of the year in terms of the MMA, at least, especially with Conor McGregor taking a sabbatical from the sport, to say the least. So now we're talking about UFC on Fox 25 in Nassau Coliseum. Chris Weidman versus Kelvin Gastelum. A interesting card, to say the least. We have the opening bout of the undercard about to take off. First off, there was obviously a UFC Fight Pass portion of the event. We can probably discuss that maybe when there's a commercial break. But right now we have Damian Grabowski versus, who is he fighting against, Santiago? Human box wreck? Come on, you don't have this up? Really? And you're muted. Come on. What are you doing? I don't know who he's fighting. But anyway, Chase Sherman, great follow on social media. Go follow him on Twitter. A funny guy, to say the least. This is definitely one of those undercard fights that I really have no side in either camp. I really don't care either way. It's a fight that may produce something with Chase Sherman. He's sort of been a self-promoted prospect in a way. He definitely didn't get that shine until he really started pushing himself, which I like. I value that out of an opponent. But obviously the fight hasn't started yet, so we have some time to talk about the overall card itself. Santiago, since you are more the casual fan, what is your perception of the main event, Chris Weidman versus Kelvin Gastelum?
Well, I found the matchup intriguing when I first found out about it, obviously through you. And I think this is probably the closest you're going to get to Chris Weidman getting, I guess, an easier fight than what he's been getting his last 3 fights. Kelvin Gastelum coming off that no contest with Vito Belfort. He originally knocked him out in the first round, tested positive for some banned substances, and the fight was overturned. So it'll be interesting to see how both fighters approach this fight. Obviously, Chris Weidman needs a win. He's 0-3 now, and Kelvin Gastelum with the no contest wants to rebound with a big win here.
Oh, absolutely. And Chris Weidman's one of those guys where he could have been something really transcendental in a way. One, he obviously has that All-American sort of storyline. Really a beloved person in a lot of ways from the fan base. He beat the legend Anderson Silva twice. Obviously, the second fight had a little bit of its own controversy. But regardless, Chris Weidman was there. He was at the top. He was a champion. After the Machida fight and the Belfort fight, a lot of people were sort of tagging him to be the guy in the division. The only real challenges were Luke Rockhold and Jacare Sosa. And right now, neither of those 3 are sort of in the title picture. We have Robert Whittaker and Michael Bisping. So this is just an insane sort of circumstance this division's in. And we have Kelvin Gastelum moving up to middleweight because he cannot make the weight due to either lack of discipline, lack of nutrition, whatever sort of argument you want to say. He obviously cannot make welterweight, so he has to move up. And you can just see the size difference between the two at weigh-ins. This fight's very intriguing on numerous levels, both on individual storylines from either guy, and and just the overall fight itself. I mean, the dynamics those two have in the ring or in the cage, I should say, is going to be quite interesting to say the least. Both have very skilled wrestling abilities. I think both guys are boxers by heart in terms of strike. In terms of striking, my apologies. And I also think that due to sort of the nature of the last few fights of Chris Weidman, where he's just getting knocked out and losing pretty bad, it's coming to the point now where is he damaged goods? And this fight's going to show a lot, because right now, in terms of all the physical advantages, he has them all. Any thoughts, Santiago?
Like I said, given and I said this in the previous show too, that the UFC and boxing have always been on opposite ends of one spectrum, whereas the boxing had too many tune-ups, the UFC sometimes did too many tough fights too often, and I felt bad for the guy. I was worried. The way he lost in his last fight against Gegard Mousasi, it was very disheartening for me. First time seeing him, but like I knew what kind of guy he was. He was a UFC middleweight champion, and I wanted him to get a easier fight. Something to help him get back on his footing. Because like you said, the damage that these guys sustain in this sport is insane. Right now we're watching a heavyweights; these are middleweights, but the damage is just all too real. And hopefully, he can come out of this fight, not too badly. Otherwise, I think that's the end of the career for Chris, the All-American Weidman.
It's crazy to think about. Well, he's not the most young guy in the sport. I believe he's in his mid-30s, but still, I mean, for a guy to descend from the top, the championship, that quickly and that consecutively, and then to even have somebody that has some sort of idea about the sport go, this could be it period. I mean, that is kind of scary in a way for Chris Weidman. The amount of pressure that's probably on his shoulders is insane. But before we get into the fight that is happening at hand, Chase Sherman's right now just outclassing Grabowski. I see Sherman just probably being a very talented heavyweight prospect going forward, especially if he shores up this defense. But I want to shout out to everyone in the chat right now. Rob from the UK, Handra Stone, Fern Goalie, Oscar, Eryk, Rob, Gotti, a new guy, Vozilla. God, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Definitely head over to all of our platforms, Vozilla. We're on pretty much everything, SoundCloud, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, everything. So check us out there.
Yes, and for those who are only following this through Facebook, I will be doing live updates on Mixed Combat Radio's Facebook page, so feel free to follow through, check out the records, what division, and everything.
Yes, Santiago always bringing it down. That's why we call it the human box wreck, because he has the tail of the tape on everything just posted on our Facebook at Mixed Combat Radio. So check that out. But Chase Sherman, I think, just doing just the better work. I mean, he's out striking him right now. His technique looks cleaner. He looks faster. He looks more fluid. He looks more athletic. I don't know who Grabowski is at all, but the way Sherman is putting it together and mixing up his striking from maybe a straight boxing aspect to a kickboxing to Muay Thai, I'm impressed actually for a guy this young, and it makes a lot of sense though, because he is so self-aware of prize fighting in a way. Like, he knows how to sell himself. I think usually guys that know how to sell themselves are naturally good at self-promotion. Also, in a sense, know how to are natural fighters in a way, natural prize fighters. So maybe that's what Chase Sherman is.
Yeah, and you can see that his technique is pretty good. I did tape as I normally do for all of these cards. I wrote down that Chase Sherman, for the most part, has pretty strong kicks, a good jab, striking, countering. His defense to me is a little lackluster, and he can get complacent. And
they down a lot.
Yeah, you can see him look like right there, right? And Damian Grabowski, I saw that he's pretty adept at being able to get the takedown however he can, using setups and even his own stand-up game in a fluid-like manner. You could see him get ready to do a striking combination. Within there, he'll transition into a takedown. And
wow.
So he needs to be
up right now.
Yeah, he's beating him up. So I can see that Sherman is making
these great leg kicks with these heavy punches, and he's He's
And the
mixed it all up in terms of levels and head, body, legs. He's doing an awesome job right now.
He's faking him out too. He's keeping him on his toes. Oh God, those leg kicks.
I mean, that was brutal. And right now, if you are listening, you can always head over to patreon.com/the boxing voice, actually. And a new Border Wars fight is out. Alexander Doomsday Lions, our own Diamond Gloves champion, taking on the Canadian Alex McGregor and a little exhibition match. So go check that out. Santiago, you're not allowed to because you're on air. So
obviously, come on.
Actually, you could probably pull it up if you just turn the sound off, to be completely honest. I mean,
I have everything on mute at this point except for this.
Yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up. But anyways, man.
First round, Chase Sherman all the way. You could see that he controlled that round with his striking. He kept Grabowski, hesitant to do anything, and
that was as dominant as a 10-9 round you can get without getting some sort of 10-8. To be completely honest.
Oh yeah, and you could see the damage that he was doing with his strike, and just look at the kicks he was throwing at his outside kicks.
Like if Grabowski went down once, it's automatic 10-8. I would assume. But then again, like MMA has always been a little bit more liberal with 10-8 scoring.
Well, yeah, especially because you see just how fast some of these guys get up. It's not like boxing where you see them take their time to get up.
And then also, the idea that you can get a 10-8 round without landing a strike. Like that is inherently very different than in boxing, obviously.
Yeah, it becomes more of a dominance thing than it is a knockdown thing.
Exactly. Oh, man, Sherman needs to keep that right hand up because he's getting caught with these weird, almost like out of the southpaw stance, straight lefts from Grabowski.
Oh yeah, because Grabowski is no slouch with his own stand up. Like I said, his Sherman's defense is pretty lackluster to me. If he gets complacent, he could get himself in a situation he doesn't need to be. Like right there, 2 straight lefts over the top, over the lazy right hand, and this could be a more competitive fight than the first round led it on to be.
And he keeps leaving that jab down after he throws it. He'll throw the jab out and then drop his hand and just leave it there, and he gets caught with these overhand rights over and over again.
A la Joe Louis, Max Schmeling.
Yeah, he definitely needs to clean that up, And that's just a it's an MMA thing too. Like a lot of fighters leave their hands down more often in MMA due to being wary of the shoot, being wary of the takedown.
Definitely. You got kicks, elbows, takedowns, everything that you need to worry about that would leave you to want to put yourself in a position where you can avoid it.
And also, you're taught more in MMA to not rely on your hands for defense, especially when in terms of just boxing, because of the glove difference. If you have boxing gloves, those deflect the shots at a much greater rate and a much greater efficiency than MMA gloves do. That's why you're often taught to never, like, if for boxing, you can put your hand right here to your chin, and that would deflect a lot of the concussive blow and power from shots, actually. But in MMA, you can't do that. You can still get knocked out, especially from a head kick, if you just leave your hand there to defend yourself. So I think that's another compound issue with overall boxing defense in MMA. Like, the difference of the sport and adapting it is still not fine-tuned yet, as in other sports. Like I think Muay Thai is much more fine-tuned in MMA than boxing is at this point.
Yeah, especially when you look at a sport where you have multiple disciplines, wrestling, Greco-Roman wrestling, karate, taekwondo, boxing, and just general fighting. You get people that are more like trying to learn everything at once, and not really honing one craft.
Absolutely. And there's something I want to talk about later. So I'm going to just throw out this topic in your head. We don't need to talk about it. We can talk about it maybe like commercial break or something like that. But from your perspective, because you're a boxing fan coming into the MMA world, I am more of the MMA fan and MMA pundit going to the boxing punditry and that world and that industry. But there's always been this great divide of boxing and MMA, especially from the fans. And the media, I would say as well. Like for MMA, jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, kickboxing, there's much more of a interbreeding between those industries and between those fandoms as well. But for some reason, boxing and MMA, and even the other sports associated with MMA, there's just been this huge Berlin Wall-like divide between those two groups in a way. So I want you to start thinking about why that is, especially from a boxing fan's perspective, because I want to talk about that later, especially with this whole Mayweather-McGregor event. It's really sparked that up. On the Boxing Voice I think it was on the Thursday show. No. It was on the Pauly show. Me and Ness got really into it about, does it hurt either sport depending on the outcome, right? And I was the staunch sort of guy saying it doesn't hurt it no matter what. And Ness is obviously on the different spectrum. So I just want your take on that later. But
this is definitely good fodder to talk about, once this fight's over.
Yeah, and Grabowski is actually doing a pretty decent job. I know he's getting hit with some shots right now, but he doesn't seem to be really hurt. He seems to be tired.
Yeah, you can see that the damage is starting to take its toll on him, but the complacency that I'm seeing in Sherman is starting to make it a little easier for him to find his shots, even if Sherman's being more effective right now with that right uppercut, those combinations, that kick.
How many fights does Sherman have? And good knee to the body. Sherman to me just seems like a guy that has a lot of natural talent, and he's working on a lot of skills.
Sherman has 10 wins and 3 losses.
Okay, thank you. But that experience isn't there. You can definitely tell that. He's definitely a little bit wild when he can take that half step back and then throw the combination. He's a little bit too loose in his stance. But those are all things I can improve, especially since he's a heavyweight. He has to clean that up.
Oh, definitely. Man,
heavyweight to me.
Yeah, to be honest, the irony of this actually reminds me of an episode of Dragon Ball Super where they explain the difference of the reason Goku is a little less tough than Vegeta is because he's too loose. So you could see that in
really?
Yes, I'm gonna go there, and I'm gonna say that because you could see that if Chase was a little bit less lackadaisy with his approach, he might be giving Grabowski a much tougher fight. And to be honest, he might have knocked him out in this round. I truly feel that.
Can you give a actual fight comparison where somebody had a awesome beginning, then got lackadaisical and got maybe knocked out?
Amir Khan.
Oh, shout out to you, Amir Khan.
Yes, if you could say that more in the sense of because Amir Khan was more prone to get into fights, and once he got caught with that left hook, it was pretty much over. But he kept fighting, but you could see the gradual decline in him. That one left hook just took it out of him.
Yeah, R.I.P. Amir Khan. I wonder if he's ever gonna get a fight again. Dude, like on the real, like where is Amir Khan?
Hell if I know. I think he's still pursuing a Kell Brook fight at this point. Both guys, if they fight each other, are coming off losses. So, I don't know. I mean, your take on that?
Man, I don't know. Oh, Grabowski getting hit with some shots. Man, but just so sloppy. I mean, I hate heavyweight anything.
Yeah, I am sure. That's why a guy like Anthony Joshua is a rarity when it comes to technique.
Yeah, for him to be that clean and methodical with the technique, for being that big, especially that muscular.
Oh yeah, averaging 250, toned, ripped.
Often.
That's a rarity in and of itself. When you think back to that kind of clean technical efficiency, you think back to the 1950s, 60s heavyweights.
I view it this way. I think you're more prone to get like weekend boxers or weekend fighters with heavyweights than you are in the lower weight classes.
Oh, 100%. 100%. I mean,
it's an open weight class.
Yeah, it's an open weight class, 201 up, and in their case, 205 up.
Well, 205 to 265. There is a cap.
Right. They have a cap. Yeah, in Boxing Day, there is no cap. You could be as high as 400.
Speaking, there is a super heavyweight division in MMA. The UFC just doesn't have it. And I don't blame them because I don't want to see that. So kudos to them. But you have a 60-pound range in MMA for a weight class compared to a 1-pound range, really. Or if you really want to go technical, you can go maybe like a 10-pound range or a 15-pound range, because it's technically, if you're at 157, you're technically a welterweight, even though the welterweight limit is at 170, which just doesn't happen. Nobody does that. So I don't know if people want to be that technical. But I don't know. Luckily, these guys overall output hasn't really diminished too much. I've seen worse heavyweight fights in the third round.
Oh, that's true. Because you could see that this is a much slower pace than it was the first round, even the second round. Grabowski looks to have caught his breath a little, and he landed a pretty good counter on Sherman.
Sherman won the second round, though, right?
Yeah. I gave the first 2 rounds to Chase Sherman handily.
Man, Sherman's really tired right now.
Oh, with the amount of combination punching that he was doing, I'm not surprised, man. With heavyweights, you're looking at guys that usually try to set up their punches. You're not looking at guys that are like Juan Diaz or Leo Santa Cruz type, where they're just throwing punches. But like a guy like Chris Arreola is a rarity for a heavyweight.
A guy that's seemingly overweight but has good athleticism or good cardio, I should say.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, you're probably maxed at like 4 rounds before it starts taking its effect on you. Whereas in the lower weight class, I imagine it'd be like 6-8 rounds before cardio finally starts playing a factor.
Oh, man. There's times where Sherman looks really good, but man, every time he stays in the pocket too long. And again, that's an experience thing.
Yeah, but he's doing a good job of keeping himself from being taken down. As you could see, the sprawl. He's working his knees well, and he's working him good when he gets him against the cage.
Yeah, I think even when Sherman's not looking great, he's still winning.
Because so far I have him winning this third round too. Up and another takedown that was successfully thwarted.
Yep, you're maybe like 20 seconds behind me, to be honest. But I think that Grabowski probably, I wouldn't say isn't at the UFC level, but he's definitely never going to be a contender. He's probably just a guy that you can throw in maybe European cards and such. But man, with the UFC letting go so many fighters recently, God knows who they keep and who they don't. I mean, they let go of Gegard Mousasi, which is ridiculous.
Oh yeah, he went to Bellator and everything, right?
Mm-hmm. And Gegard Mousasi arguably deserved the next title shot.
It would have been interesting for us to have done a show about Gegard Mousasi move from the UFC to Bellator, especially how dominant he's been lately.
We can probably do that on the next show we do and go more in depth. But that is just a overall just sad thing, because I don't like seeing anyone in the top 10 leave. Like it just makes no sense to me, especially when in MMA you don't get any cross promotional fights. Like that just doesn't happen. In boxing, if fighter A leaves Top Rank and goes to Golden Boy, that's not the end of the world. That doesn't mean he can't fight top ranked fighters anymore.
Especially with the Cold War now being over.
Yeah, especially mainly with the Cold War being over. But in MMA, I think that whole, negative connotation with cross-promotional fights, the UFC just doesn't want to do it. The only time they've come close is they've lent fighters to other promoters. They've lent Chuck Liddell to Pride FC back in the day. And then Chuck Liddell won one fight in a tournament and then got knocked out by Rampage Jackson in Pride in their first fight, actually. And then they did, I believe, well, obviously you have McGregor. I think McGregor is the next probably big one. And even then, McGregor is sort of saying that he's his own promoter now with his own promotional company. So that's his own sort of thing entirely. So who knows what the exact intricacies of that deal is. Santiago, can you quickly look up Chase Sherman's height for me, please?
6'4".
6'4". He could make 205.
Yeah, I'm looking at a picture here. He definitely.
What was his weigh-in?
What was his weigh-in? Let me check that really quickly.
Because if it was maybe like if it's under 240, I would say he can probably definitely make 205.
Yeah, he looks like a lean guy. Like I think he's just being lazy.
Out at 230.
Yeah, because the way his body looks, it looks like he's just being lazy.
I wouldn't say lazy. Like some guys are just that way, where they're not lean. There is genetics factor played into it. I don't know. Yeah, Rob from the UK. Delete that spoiler. I saw that. Motherfucker. What are you doing? Man. Chris Weidman's eye still looks kind of weird. That Romero fucking flying knee knockout ruined his face. What's his name from the Goonies?
Hell if I know. I watched that movie when I was like way too young to remember anything.
What? You're not a fan of the Goonies?
Nope. Honestly, I saw that in school, man.
Slug? Isn't that his name? The deformed dude? I think it's Slug. That's who fucking
Sherman weighed in at 250.8.
Ooh. Then probably not. He probably can't make 205, to be honest.
He could probably be a lean light heavyweight, like maybe 210, 215. What do you think?
No, but there's no way he can drop that extra 10 pounds. Like that would be my opinion. He could probably get down to that, but that extra 10 pounds. There's the reason why I said if he's under 240, or if he's 240 and under, he's good. He can make it. Anything above that, it's very questionable. Because we just have not seen it really. We've never seen guys that big really drop down to 205, at least from my knowledge, and at least be successful. Like Randy Couture, probably the most famous or the most successful guy to go from heavyweight to 205. He topped out at maybe like 225, 230 in his heavyweight run. So, that's only 20 pounds to really cut. So, I mean, they're just different. And plus, heavyweight is just bigger nowadays. That's just a factor as well. You get more of that 240 to 260 average in the heavyweight division, unlike maybe 10, 15 years ago. It was more of a 220 to 245 range, I would say. Daniel Cormier, damn, Oscar. Yeah, you're right. But Daniel Cormier was always a very, very small heavyweight. And the only reason he was at heavyweight was due to what he believed would be his kidneys failing him like they did in the Olympics. To me, I never viewed him as a true heavyweight. But good point that he was a heavyweight. He did have a lot of success in the heavyweight division. He's one of those guys, like, he could have been a 2-division champion. Obviously John Jones is there, but he's the champion right now, technically.
During the absence of John Jones, he could have been a 2-division champion.
Well, no, not in the absence, because he is the champion of the division John Jones was in. It's more that his teammate Cain Velasquez was the heavyweight champion when Daniel Cormier came from Strikeforce to the UFC, and that's Daniel Cormier had a couple fights at heavyweight, and then leaned out and dropped down to light heavyweight. So I'm saying, like, he could have been 2-division champ if he had won the heavyweight title and then moved down. That would have been very fascinating if he were to do that. I think he could have as well. Daniel Cormier is one of the most talented guys in MMA. I mean, hell, the year he had where he beat Anthony Johnson, Alexander Gustafsson, and there's one more. Damn it, there's one more. Who am I missing? Help me out. Google this shit. Help me out.
All right. Give me a second.
You're playing me on TBV, okay? Come on.
Yes, I am going to be your UFC box rec for this.
Yes, exactly.
Now, who are we looking at? What year?
Daniel Cormier. I think it was either 2015 or 2016. I want to say it was 15, but I could be wrong.
Now, is this the first John Jones loss, or is this before?
After that.
Anthony Johnson, Alexander Gustafsson, Anderson Silva, and then the rematch with Anthony Johnson.
That stretch is pretty good. Now, name all the fights in the UFC he had before the John Jones loss.
Dan Henderson, Patrick Cummins, who I think is fighting on this card.
Yes.
Roy Nelson, Frank Mir, Josh Barnett, Antonio Silva, Jeff Monson, and Devin Cole.
You can throw out the Devin Cole. You can leave the Jeff Munson in there because Jeff Munson's a throwback guy from like yesteryear. That's an insane run. And
yeah, I've always known, like, I never knew Daniel Cormier by, like seeing him fight, but I always knew that he was one of the top tier UFC fighters.
Yeah, and he's one of those guys where he's almost like a Joe Frazier in a way, where if he was,
Oh yeah, he's got the look to him too for that.
oh my God, those ads. Like if he was born in any other generation, he would be pound for pound number one. He'd be one of the longest reigning champions, like et cetera, et cetera. But he happened to be in the same generation as probably, if not the absolutely best fighter of all time in John Jones. So it's crazy that you can make an argument that next week is the battle for pound number one. That's like Kovalev Ward, but actually big. Like there's actually hype around it. Yo, mute yourself when you're typing, Santiago. Come on. And don't mute the mic. Mute the Google Hangout because there's a click every time you mute the mic itself. So I have you muted on the Google Hangout just so you know. Alex Oliveira versus Ryan LaFlare coming up. I like Oliveira's chances. I think he's probably more the complete fighter. I think he's probably healthier at welterweight as well. I do not like him going down to 155. I can see Alex Oliveira winning by TKO, but then again, Oliveira is also one of those like stereotypical Brazilian fighters in the way that, very quickly the game plan can be thrown out the window, and that's dangerous in a way, especially with a guy that is a little bit more methodical in Ryan LaFlare. And I think Ryan probably has the better wrestling overall, but Oliveira's overall grappling acumen is skilled enough. And then you add in the Muay Thai aspect, and I would be pretty sure that Alex Oliveira is going to win this unless he does something extremely stupid in the cage. Santiago, I forget what you were looking up or typing, but have you found it? Or were you just doing updates?
Yeah, my updates. I'm doing that, multitasking, so you'll have to forgive me if I end up having some beat spells. But I did tape on both of those guys too, Ryan LaFlare, Alex Oliveira. Ryan LaFlare, good takedowns, ground and pound, fairly good striking. He's got a strong knee and he's fairly aggressive. And in Alex Oliveira, he's got pretty decent footwork, good knees and takedown, but he's a bit of a lunger. And one thing I saw is that he's actually pretty good at getting the choke. So I feel that if this goes to the ground, it will be a ground game. Your thoughts on that?
You just said if it goes to the ground, it'd be a ground game.
Well, I feel like the battle will stay on the ground, is what I mean.
That's what I meant. Like, neither guy has the ability to get up fast enough or well enough or often.
Yeah.
I can see that. I can definitely see this fight quickly turning into a clinch fest against the cage. Battle
for positioning, and somewhere along the lines, one of them gets the takedown. And I feel that if anything, Oliveira will look for the submission choke.
Yeah, I agree. Oliveira's submission game is probably better than Ryan LaFlare's. I think Oliveira should take it. I mean, if not by a finish, probably in the second round or maybe first round, a decision seems very likely.
It could be a boring fight for those who are obviously not of this ilk, so to speak. So proceed with caution watching this, and
the style match could be very ugly.
Yeah, it's one of those fights. It's just one of those fights.
Who are you going with in your prediction?
I feel that Ryan LaFlare's best bet to beat Alex Oliveira would be to stay on the ground. I mean, stay standing. So, with that said, I am actually going to favor Ryan LaFlare on this one. Really? I feel that if you find Oliveira starting to lunge, it'll play into LaFlare's strength and it'll give him the dominant position.
So you think LaFlare is gonna be able to time those lunging shots, level change, go for takedowns? be able to
Oh,
out-grapple Oliveira and win decision?
I think so because it's not just lunging with his punches, but just lunging in general. Like you'll see him kind of like, move forward, find himself slightly off balance, and by the time he gets his footing, that's all the time that LaFlare's going to need to set up his own offense.
I agree. And it's interesting because Ryan LaFlare sort of like burst on the scene. I believe he beat Thiago Alves in like one of his first UFC fights. If you can check that up very fast for me, that'd be awesome. And that really propelled him into like, wow, like this guy could be something. Because Thiago Alves was a championship contender, a long running top 10 fighter in the division, highly respected, and LaFlare is this big, technically sound welterweight, but then he started getting hiccups. I mean, he started seeming more and more basic as he went on in a way. It'd be interesting to see if he can turn it around. I don't know if this is the fight for that, because I don't know if Alex Oliveira is the guy to show that, hey, you're something. I mean, Alex Oliveira is the underdog right now. I mean, obviously Vegas doesn't trust Alex Oliveira's overall mental state in the cage, and I can't blame them. Alex Oliveira has done some really weird things, like Rusamal Harris. He's just done some really weird things in the ring or in the cage, I should say.
Well, we'll see how this plays out. Fighters are in the ring being introduced. Brace yourselves, everybody, for the kind of fight this could turn out to be.
It's so sad when
Also, were you looking for Ryan LaFlare versus Thiago Alves?
yes.
I do not see that listed in his fight history.
What's his fight history? Can you name like the first like 3 fights in his UFC career?
First 3 fights in his UFC career. Let's see. Ben Alloway, Santiago Poncevivo, and Court McGee.
Name the rest of the fights.
John Howard, and then his first loss against Damian Maia.
Okay.
Which was the main event, UFC Fight Night 62, Maia versus LaFlare.
The John Howard fight was, I'm not going to say entertaining, but it showed that he had some skill. And the Court McGee fight was good. Court McGee was sort of on a good run right there, I believe, at the time. And Court McGee always had some fan love due to his background as being a heroin addict and him being on the tough season with Tito Ortiz and Chuck Liddell. Definitely helped him out. I don't know why I thought Thiago Alves. I don't know who I was getting mixed up there. Check Thiago Alves' record again. No, fuck it. I'll do it. I don't know why I'm asking you to do it. You don't know what I'm looking for. It's okay.
Yes, because with that, I can do my fight updates.
Yes. And maybe, no, don't do the fight update. Fucking break down the action in the cage. What are you doing?
All right. Well, right now you have Oliveira's back against the cage. You can see what we thought would happen. Turnovers. Oliveira's still with his back on the cage.
Going for an arm.
Going for an armbar.
And let it go. He's trying to go into full
and they go down. Oliveira scurrying to try and get out. LaFlare. I'm not really sure how the hell to call this.
It's okay. I got it, Santiago. LaFlare's in side control basically right now. I think just trying to keep Oliveira controlled right now because Oliveira is trying to do a lot right now, trying to set up some escapes and some rollouts. It's going to be interesting to see if he can pull it off. He did go for the armbar, belly down, but he let it go. And now we're looking more like a north-south choke from Ryan LaFlare. Let's see if he can get it off as I am looking up this quick resume from good old Thiago Alves. No, I don't want your ads. Man, what was I thinking?
I
don't know. Huh. Oh, no. I have no idea who I was thinking of. Anyways, digressing. LaFlare trying to do his best, still in side control right now, trying just to control Alex Oliveira. He has like a half-ass want. Oh no, I thought he had a half-ass like wannabe crucifix, but he does not. And Rob, from the UK, I know you did ask earlier if you guys can watch this in the UK. I believe you guys can watch it on BT Sports. I believe they still have a deal or partnership with them. If not BT, it might be with it ITV over there. Check one of those two. I'm pretty sure it's BT Sports. Check BT Sports. Yeah, not a lot happening right now. Just again battling for position.
Yeah.
Working,
LaFlare on top, Oliveira on the ground.
working for hand control. Oh, Oliveira sort of try to go for an escape. He fails, but he does change the position to get half guard, which is a much better position to be in. So he's at least half successful and at least changing his position. But Ryan LaFlare is already trying to separate the legs and go back to side control. He gets it, and he regains control. Alex Oliveira's trying to go for a leg, but still not getting anything.
Nah, both guys are keeping each other at a standstill, really.
Yep. LaFlare winning purely due to positioning and control right now.
Yeah, like if you could tell that the guy who's got control at least at this point is LaFlare, with Oliveira trying to better his positioning.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so far not being successful.
Again, not much happening. This is what we warned you about, ladies and gentlemen. Good old Ryan LaFlare just doing his shit.
Yeah, kicking, punching, keeping the control in his favor, and Oliveira just almost kind of helpless to do anything right now.
Rob, if you're still on and listening to the show, comment in the live chat, please. I want to ask you a quick question. Ryan LaFlare going for, I believe it's either a triangle or an armbar. No, he's switching to an armbar right now. I don't know why he did this other than it's the end of the round, and he just wanted to go for something to make it look like he was trying to finish the fight, make it look good for the judges. But easy 10-9 round for Ryan LaFlare. Just dominated, controlled Alex Oliveira. That might be just the tale of the whole fight, is that Ryan LaFlare is just the better overall grappler and better wrestler and is able to dictate where the fight is fought.
Yeah, definitely. I got it 10-9 favor of LaFlare too. You know, he just looked like the guy who had control for most of that round.
Rob, if you want to call into the show, let me know. You can always go to Skype and add me. I believe it is mixed.combat.radio. Right, Santiago? You called me on Skype before. Isn't that what it is? You're muted, Santiago. Man, I love it. I love it, Santiago. But yeah, I think that's what it is. So Rob, if you want to call in to the show, you can always do that, Rob. You know, you're a family. I have my Skype open right now just for you if you want to come in. But round 2 starting up soon. Alex Oliveira versus Ryan LaFlare. Ryan LaFlare winning the first round pure wrestling and dominance. Won it 10-9 easily. If he had gone for more submissions and had been closer to those submissions, I might give him a 10-8 actually. But unfortunately, he just didn't do enough. It was just purely control. Ooh, good leg kick from Alex Oliveira. Makes Ryan LaFlare fall down on his ass. Ooh, good counter right by Alex Oliveira. You can definitely tell just like the overall striking skill, reflexes. Oh, good 1-2 by Alex Oliveira. Catches him clean. Ryan LaFlare going for the takedown, gets sprawled out by Alex Oliveira. He lands a few punches. Ryan LaFlare looking not too good right now, I would say.
Yeah, you could see that Oliveira's starting to find his rhythm and is starting to take back control of the fight. And it looks like he's going to be the one that's going to want to keep this fight on the feet.
Yeah, and it's interesting that Alex Oliveira has no respect for striking right now. Also due to trying to defend that takedown, or why his hands are so low, and you can see it actually working in this round. He's making that that risk reward decision that he needs. That he needs his hands down, risking shots up top to defend the takedown. Boxing UK in the chat. Oh, knocked out. Oh my God. Damn. Out cold with a counter shot on the way in. Alex Oliveira. What was my prediction again? Second round knockout?
Yeah, that in fact was your prediction.
Oh my God.
How do you feel?
How often do I get these ones right, man? So little.
And on the round too.
And on the round. That's always hard to do.
It's a hell of a knockout for Alex Oliveira. You know,
I missed it.
You missed the knockout? Oh my God, dude! It was like
even a counter shot. I'm totally guessing.
Yeah, it was a counter shot. He was coming forward. Oliveira threw a short left straight in, and out he went.
Damn. Alex Oliveira is one of those guys where on any given night he has the tools to beat a lot of people. It's gonna be interesting to see if Wade can. Oh, that's more like an uppercut. Oh my God. I want to see that again from a different angle. Holy shit. Oh, God, that's beautiful. You know who would love to see that?
Who?
Young Ali.
Young Ali. You good at the uppercuts?
And if you don't know who that is and you're listening to the show, that is Nestor Gibbs, who we're referring to. Young Ali as a joke. You know, obviously owner and founder of the Boxing Voice. Go check them out.
You know, that counter reminds me of the Charlo knockout over Williams. So
well, remember the uppercut wasn't the knockout; it was the knockdown. But yeah, I can see what you're saying. I can definitely see what you're saying. Oscar Martinez, perfect timing. Yes, I agree. Boxing your K, dude. You're killing me, man. This shit's hilarious. Are you seeing this chat, Santiago? You have the chat open?
No, I do not.
Dude, you need to always have the YouTube chat open.
I try to do it with so many tabs open. I usually find myself switching.
Dude, you only need like 4 tabs. And you can always do like the pop-out chat, so it's like very small and it's just the chat. It's not the YouTube window. That's what I do. Otherwise, I'll just be looking at myself all day, you know, in the video. But damn, good knockout by Alex Oliveira. You know what this means?
What?
We're going to get a shit ton of commercials now.
Oh, yeah. Hey, and this is Fox, so we might just get that Fox Sports 1 pacing.
Yo, where's Doomsday, man?
Where is he? He's got plenty of time to catch up at this rate.
Mr. Doomsday.
I know you sent him the link, too. I'm sure you gave him the same text I got.
Where art thou? We missed thee.
Where is the lion?
Dude, you got to open up the YouTube live chat. I want you to read these things really, really fast from Boxing UK. I'm not going to read them out loud.
Of course, it's all good.
Let the podcast people know what's going on. You got to go to YouTube live for that shit. Come on. Do you see it?
I see the chat.
He only sent 2 messages at the very, very
Bottom.
Yeah.
Is that it? Was that all he sent?
Those 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that shit's hilarious, man. Because of my haircut, he thinks I look just like him.
Whatever.
I can see it, even though I believe he was Armenian, wasn't he Armenian or something like
It's
that?
before my time. That's all I got to tell you.
Oh, that's right. This is before your time. Never mind. Digressing, as I like to say. Oliveira with the cowboy hat.
The cowboy rides again.
Oh, my God. That's such a lame tagline.
Hey, and he's a legit cowboy, too.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he is. He's got a farm and everything.
Yeah, I got a farm. The only real cowboy is Donald Cowboy Cerrone.
Yes. Just wait till one of them pulls out for the third time in a row.
What do you mean? They've already fought.
Have they? Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm confusing that with Cerrone versus Lawler.
Cerrone. It's not Cerrone.
Whatever.
Well, you have to get these names right, dude. I'm sorry. I'm telling you the right pronunciation of names. No, I'm not sorry. Get the fuck over it. I mean, isn't that did that fight get rescheduled?
I think it did actually.
I wanna say it did. Is it? It's not this
No,
coming.
no, 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 no. It's been rescheduled. I think for another UFC two something.
It might have been rescheduled to the
But
Edmonton.
I wanted to make fun of you and just say that one of them was gonna pull out again.
That's very possible.
Yes, and watch you just lose your absolute shit on that for the third time.
Yeah, man. Like, I just want to see Donald Cerrone versus Robbie Lawler. Like, I only want to see that.
It was the funniest thing you've
I
ever
would
shared.
I would pay $100 just to see that fight. I don't need to see anything else. And you know that video was hilarious that I posted, man.
I loved it. I loved it. It was perfect. It was perfectly you.
I want to find it. It's on my Instagram, right?
Yes, it's on your Instagram.
Okay, let me find that shit. I'll screen share it too, because that shit was hilarious. New window. So as I'm looking this up, and we have so many commercials coming up, what were
the question was about the divide between boxing and MMA.
Yeah. What's your perception on that? On the whole boxing MMA divide in terms of the industry, the media, the fans, the cultures, even I would say. Like, what's your opinion of that from the boxing standpoint or the boxing standpoint?
Okay, well, when I first took up boxing, and this is from the anime, right? The anime had already established in me as a fighter that no one style is superior or weaker than another, so long as you're refining your own craft. And having been associated with actual boxing, professional boxers, amateur boxers, and seen their perspective on like karate, mixed martial arts, and the UFC in general, you know, I could see where they come from when they feel that, like, you know, with everything that they're trying to learn, it's not as practical as just trying to refine this one style, which is boxing, and within boxing have different styles alone, you know.
Okay, hold on. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but
it's all good. I want to see this.
I'll make sure the video.
I keep watching this every time I pass by your Instagram.
So this was my reaction to when I heard Donald Cerrone was injured and out of the UFC 213 matchup with Robbie.
Stop drinking or eating anything if you don't want to choke.
This fucks up my plan. This is fucking bullshit. Okay? These fucking assholes, these fucking assholes! The fuck is their problem, man? This is fucking typical. This fucks up.
I can watch it.
Okay? These fucking assholes, these fucking assholes! The fuck is their problem, man? This is fucking typical.
Yes. That was my reaction. I am still in mourning of the fights. I am still processing it.
I love it.
Still dealing with it, you know.
I love it. I love it so much. Just want to find out what movie that was from.
God, that movie is was Christian Bale. That's fuck. What movie is that?
Fuck if I know. I've never seen it.
Let me look it up. You know what's funny? I know Oscar Martinez in the chat's gonna know it because Oscar Martinez knows everything. He's that guy. He's like, oh, I know it.
Anyways, going back to the previous topic before that beautiful thing,
boxing and
yes,
MMA.
Right. I could see how, from a practicality standpoint, they felt that it was too much of like complications within it, whereas in boxing it was pretty simple and straightforward. At the same time, though, like I said, because of the anime, I never had that entire thought process of like, oh, boxing's better or martial arts is better, so on and so forth, you know. And to be honest, I truly feel that it's a stupid argument altogether, you know, because, you know, depending just how well, in my opinion, depending just how well versed you are within your own fighting style, be it karate, taekwondo, judo, BJJ, Muay Thai, or boxing, you can be competent even if you're fighting within the other rule set, you know. And I agree with you that whoever wins the Mayweather-McGregor event it's not going to hurt the sports. It really isn't. I mean, obviously, boxing is a little bit more Mayweather, you have to knock him out. This guy is 0-0, so on and so forth, right?
Mhm.
You know, you've had a few of the callers, I think Harold Letterman being one of them, that said that, you know, that Conor McGregor's had like 42 amateur fights, and it's kind of like when I look at these comments, I just kind of look at them and be like, I understand that he's a mixed martial artist, but you do realize that he's still a fighter. You know, it's not like he's incapable of, you know, fine tuning what he needs to fine tune for his respective opponent. You know, that's what we're taught to do, you know, as fighters, is to be able to adjust, to be able to, you know, not let ourselves be complacent in one sort of style. So, you know, the whole, you know, UFC boxing to me is just, you know, a whole lot of shit.
Now, I agree with you there, but that really didn't answer the question, because it answered from your perspective and your opinion, which I also wanted to know. Because I think we both share the same opinion that this whole debate is stupid, is pointless, it makes no sense. But it is there, and I think it's there over a vast majority of both fan bases, where there is this us versus them mentality.
100%. You can see it. It's so evident.
Long before McGregor Mayweather. I mean, there's obviously the infamous video on ESPN of Joe Rogan and Lou DiBella going at it. Do you remember that video?
No, I do not. But I have been well aware of the whole.
It's way more iconic in MMA than it is in boxing, obviously. Because it was like our guy going against the boxing guy, and like showing that we belong here. It was almost that sort of argument. And shout out to Oscar Martinez for knowing what movie that was. Harsh Times is the name of the movie. Thank you, Oscar. Shout out to you, aka the best producer of Mixed Combat Radio, not Santiago. Fuck you, Santiago. But there is this divide, and I mean, there's a lot of reasons why I've sort of thought there is, and obviously I don't think it's any one single thing. It's the compound of issues.
Oh, easily,
it's much more complicated than what people try to let on.
Yeah, it's like a combination of like just passionate love for the individual sport, the absolute belief that one is superior to the other, and you know, both you can see that the fan bases are very passionate when it comes to defending their respective force, especially when any one of them is being dissed on, you know, be it boxing on MMA or MMA on boxing. We are very defensive.
And it's just interesting because I also want to say that this is very unique in sports as well. You never hear the majority of soccer fans or football fans, depending where you are in the world, complain about other sports and say it's us versus them. You've never heard basketball fans complain about football fans or baseball fans and say our sport is better. You've never heard that across any other sport, I would say. It only happens here. I could be wrong. Maybe I don't know the cultures of basketball and football and baseball.
No, you're not that far. You're not that far. You're not that far off, to be honest. Like you could see it, right? You know, in the 40s, you know, baseball, America's pastime. In the 70s and 80s, football, America's pastime. You know, we had the Dallas Cowboys, America's team. But you never saw them be all like, oh, they were better than the, you know, 40s baseball teams or so on, or the 40s baseball team was better than the 80s football team. It was always respected as.
Think about this. I would say the two teams, one in football, one in baseball, that are America's teams, have never competed for that title. The Yankees and the Dallas Cowboys have never competed for the idea that they are the only American team. They're American team. No, because each sport is different. It's apples and oranges in its truest sense. But even though they share common things, you throw balls, you run, depending on which sport, you have some physical contact, or none. So it's just interesting. You get this very unique, very vitriolic battle and debate between these two entities, these two industries, these two cultures. And I think there is almost a separation. I think it's a little bit different now, but 10 years ago, 5 years ago even, there was much more of a divide between these two
Oh
sports.
yeah, you could see the hate. You could see the hate for each one
And
each one.
And I know, I mean, I may get into it a little bit more heavy than we should, but it is along also like race and economic lines. Whether you think that or want to admit it, especially from an MMA fan standpoint, we don't like to admit this, but it's true. MMA traditionally has been for the more wealthy and the more white in America. It's just been a fact. You see a lot less ethnicities in MMA than you do in boxing. Boxing is much more ethnically diverse.
I mean, you could see that post the Rocky Marciano days, where we had Floyd Patterson, Sonny Liston, Muhammad Ali, Joe Frazier. It wouldn't be, I think, until Jerry Cooney versus Larry Holmes that you saw that race card really be put into effect for that event.
And I don't even want to say like it's racism. It's not that.
No. It's not racism. Not. But you could see, like, even in the fight. Even in the fight, you could listen into Jerry Cooney's corner. You could see Jerry Cooney's cornerman tell him, "Come on, son, America needs you." He's playing a nationalistic card at that point. It's like both guys are American.
That was a little more racism. I'm talking about now with MMA. I'm not talking about back then, because back then was racism. It just was. There was. I mean, I think it was just more obvious. It was before the civil rights movement. So let's just be honest about that situation. But nowadays, I would say it's more about who they cater to and which market they cater to. MMA predominantly caters to collegiate wrestling and that culture and that market, which is more rural, more white, more country in a sense. There could be some racism in there, but I don't think that's the main thing. I think it's just who they cater to. While boxing has always catered to more urban and inner city people, whoever they are. And you can look throughout history and the evolution of who is in the inner cities and who is in the urban areas, and they are usually the boxers, whether they be Jews, Italians, African Americans, whatever.
It's a lot more blue collar.
Yeah. Well, and it also has to do with the training. Boxing training historically has been very cheap compared to MMA training.
Yeah, when you look at heavy bags that were stuffed with laundry or rocks,
it's not about the equipment. It's not about that. It's about
just to reflect on the cheapness.
Right now. Because you can't go back 40, 50 years, Santiago. You can't do that. Because MMA hasn't been around that long. You can only go back 20 years and compare the two. You keep going back to the 40s and 50s, and that's just a bad comparison, in my opinion. If you want to be a good MMA fighter, you need to go to a good jiu-jitsu gym. You need to go to a good Muay Thai place. You need to go to a good boxing gym. You need to go to MMA class specifically. You need all these different things. And then plus jiu-jitsu is usually the most expensive. It will cost anyone to go to a good jiu-jitsu gym at least $1,200 a year. At least $1,200 a year. When I try to go into jiu-jitsu gyms all the time, and I tried going to Gracie Barra Jiu-Jitsu with who was it? It was Babalu, Fabrice Verdum, and a couple other very famous jiu-jitsu practitioners. That would cost me $1,400 a year to go to that gym. $1,400 a year. Wow. For boxing, it's going to cost you more, depending on the gym. It could cost you $30 a month. And that times 12 is, what was that, $400, $500?
Yeah, it's
like, you're talking about over half the price just for one thing, let alone Muay Thai, let alone boxing, let alone wrestling. So you start compounding the amount of training and specialized training you need to take as an MMA fighter. It immediately ups your costs.
Yeah, fuck, I never realized how much the difference of the divide was just from an economical standpoint and trying to get the training.
What I'm talking about. So that alone will separate the two sports and the two cultures.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I would never be able to afford something like that personally. My God. Yeah, and I could see the dedication, because you could see that you get what you're paying for. You get what you're paying for with the high level of cost that you see. You see that these guys are refined in their craft, jiu-jitsu, kickboxing, and all that. You don't see any half-assedness to it unless they're just being half-assed about it.
True, and what was I gonna say? Rob Gotti in the chat saying, not per se wealthy, just white suburb guys. The two go hand in hand. If you're in the suburbs, you're predominantly more wealthy than inner cities. Like, that is inherently a fact. That's statistically proven as well. So I don't know why we want to make that distinction and say, oh, it's not wealthy, it's only white people. No, it's mainly wealthy. If Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and wrestling practices were cut down in prices by at least half, you would see a lot more diversity into the sport.
Yeah,
That's just,
I could easily see it just being more accessible.
the reason why we do get diversity in MMA is due to the different martial arts. So we get Muay Thai, which is from Thailand, obviously, right? So you
Brazilian
get
Jiu-Jitsu from Brazil.
that culture, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu from Brazil. So you get that culture and that ethnic group. But it really stops there. Obviously you have this huge Eastern European influx in both sports right now, and that is due to political reasons in terms of those countries becoming more open recently. So that's a very different factor altogether. But like Western Europe has never caught on to MMA. Never. Not in the way boxing is caught on to boxing. But then again, boxing started in Europe. So it's a little bit different. But right now, we have Rafael Natal versus, what's his name? Anders. It's, what's his name? Help me out. Eryk Anders. Thank you. Rafael Natal historically has been sort of the gatekeeper to the top 10. You beat him, you deserve to be up there. Anders looking pretty good right now, landing some good standing elbows and some shots. Rafael Natal does have history of getting knocked out as well. So that could be a factor. Gonna be a very intriguing fight in I would say the mid-teens in terms of rankings. The top 15, top 16 ranking right there. Intriguing fight, especially because Eryk Anders hasn't looked too bad recently.
It looks to be doing pretty good too. I like his stand-up game so far. He's getting in some good strikes to the head.
He's keeping it. Oh, flying! It's almost like a flying switch kick almost from Eryk Anders, and then a standing elbow. Rafael Natal is just on fucking roller skates, rolling around the ring, falling down. Eryk Anders landing a few elbows. Rafael Natal though is doing a decent job of tying him up. Damn.
It's a good scrap.
Yeah, but Rafael Natal is definitely tying him up right now and doing
he's trying to keep himself alive in this fight. He's got so much time left to go before the round's over.
Agreed. If I'm Anders, I almost just want to get up. Oh, that was borderline illegal. Well, it depends what state this is. This is in New York. Ooh, I forget if New York has the adopted rules or the new rules or not. That was a borderline illegal knee.
I think this is the first fight in Long Island too, right?
He's out. Doubled up on the 1-2, landed that straight left, knocked out Rafael Natal. A couple hammer fists on the ground were pointless because he was already out, but he landed them. Whew. Ouch. Damn, that's impressive. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a new top 10 contender maybe in the middleweight division with Eryk Anders. Face planted him. Damn. Eric Cruz in the chat. How can I donate on this chat? I've seen other people do it. I actually don't know how you can live donate on a YouTube.
I know they did it last time. I don't know if
I know
still
it's
have
been done on these. I just don't know. I forget who did it. I think Andre Diacono did it one time as well.
I know Fern did it once too.
Though I don't know if I got any of that money. Shout out to YouTube. YouTube stealing all the revenue,
among other things.
Yeah, I'm not gonna show on YouTube too much because they can go Illuminati on me. You never know.
Yeah,
I could disappear one day.
If you disappear, it's probably because you went on a smoke binge.
I needed to go on like a walkabout. I just start walking in the wilderness, smoking weed.
And then somehow you find yourself at Joe's house.
Oh, Oscar Martinez, thank you. Got to be on a computer. Can't do it on the mobile. So if you want to donate live, you have to be on the computer to do it. I did not know that. That's kind of lame.
It's
That
limitations.
makes no sense. So you can't do it on the mobile. I'm not saying that like it doesn't make any sense, but that just
It's just weird.
Oh, Eryk Cruz with the comeback. I'm on a computer, Oscar. Damn. You're gonna take that, Oscar? You're gonna take that?
Maybe you guys will shed it at the next Border Wars.
Yo, they have not showed Eryk Cruz's fight yet, man. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Everyone's forgetting about you, Eryk. I'm not. I'm not forgetting about you.
I know Fern's dying to see the new footage.
Dude, I can't say anything about it, man.
I know you can't say anything about it, but you could see that the anticipation is real. More real than has been for Mayweather McGregor.
Since we got these all these commercials, feel free to put in the live chat any questions you have. Rob Gotti with another question. Matt Santiago, what do you guys think about Kevin Lee, the Motown phenom? Did you see Kevin Lee's last fight against Michael Chiesa?
Most likely not, for a relative amount of reasons.
So he took the back of Michael Chiesa, who was famous for getting the back of people and choking them out, which was impressive nonetheless. And he got the rear naked choke, had it sunk in. Michael Chiesa was about to go out. No tap. Ref stopped the fight. Oh, that was a bad stoppage. But anyways, Kevin Lee, I like Kevin Lee. I think, for one, I'm starting to get more bought into his shtick, like his shit talking, because that's new. He wasn't always that way. So whenever a fighter changes that personality level, it always takes me a while to either get hyped, to get sucked into it, to buy into it, because it's new. It doesn't seem necessarily genuine at first, to be completely honest. But Kevin Lee, in terms of skills, the guy is good. The guy is really good. I want to say, out of everyone in the lightweight division, he's probably one of the guys I'm most excited to see fight those top guys. Honestly, I think a Edson Barboza fight would make a lot of sense for Kevin Lee. It would be a fight that I would be very hyped to watch. It makes probably the most sense since Edson Barboza's on a winning streak right now. He definitely needs a fight lined up. He's one of those guys that's fought the top. He's fought a Tony Ferguson. He's fought an Anthony Pettis. So Edson Barboza has been at the top. I think that would be a decent enough fight. If not, let me be like an Anthony Pettis. Anthony Pettis has come back to the lightweight division. I don't know if he wants to go after Kevin Lee, but Kevin Lee deserves a top fight. I just don't think Tony Ferguson, Khabib Nurmagomedov, Conor McGregor, and those three take that fight. So he needs to fight somebody else. Oh, I didn't know Kevin Lee was training in the TMT gym. Good for him.
And with Dewey Cooper, no less.
Yeah, good for him, man. If that's true, I didn't know that. I would say that Kevin Lee's boxing has definitely improved over time, so that's a good thing. Obviously, it's been working. I want to see this knockout again. 1, 2, boom, boom. Oh, it's more like a 1, 2, 2. You know what I mean? Like it was like, bop, bop, missed the jab, but landed the left. He kind of uses his lead hand to get the hands out of the way, and then throws the left again. Great knockout. So far the card's been pretty good, I would say. The one fight that looked like it was going to be rough ended quickly with an uppercut.
Yeah, it looks like this might be the card where even a fight that might look bad may just have a great finish.
But let's not fucking jinx it. Because the best fights are to come, and you know it happens in boxing too. When you get guys at the highest level, there's often maybe like a canceling out of skill.
Oh, easily. It's a high level chess match at that rate.
You know, like I don't want any of that. Fuck that.
Well,
it's funny because in boxing, I can take a high level chess match way more than an MMA for some reason. Oh, very quickly, I want to watch this John Jones Daniel Cormier promo right here. So. Let me know if you guys can hear it at all. Can you hear it, Santiago? You want me to turn up?
Let me see if you can hear it from my end, since my thing's a little bit more sensitive.
Yeah, but you're behind me.
Oh.
I'm the main audio.
Well, I can barely hear it.
as Villante. He is his own worst enemy.
Will I be the right person?
John Jones pleads guilty to a DWI charge.
Cocaine, injecting rehab.
Will I continue to be humble?
I hope you're somewhere crying right now.
I always respect people.
Jones is charged in a felony hit-and-run incident.
He's been skipped of the time. He was recently thrown in jail for a probation violation.
A lot of questions will be answered about me.
I've sworn to protect the citizens from people like you, Mr. Jones.
I think some people love the chaos, the parties, the drugs, the alcohol. He might have needed that in order to be who he was. Some strong demons tell you that. And until you completely give in to the fact that these demons have you, you can never overcome them.
DC is so in love with the narrative. He's obsessed with winning over the hearts of people.
I haven't done all these things. I haven't wrecked my vehicle. I didn't get stripped of my championship.
I'm a good person. And John, you are a bad person.
When you get your together and you're ready to fight, I'm here waiting for you. You know it.
DC feels as if I need some more humiliation.
What's this guy gonna do to mess this up this time?
I'm sick of being that guy. I'm ready to get out of my own way.
We may see John become this person that he's always trying to convince us that he is. The only way he becomes that person is he loses to me July 20th.
I need to win this fight. I need to get my life back.
Well, it is the biggest.
Well, that was the promo. What do you think about it, Santiago? Since I think boxing is deprived of good promos, I thought that was a decent one. What were your thoughts?
Well, I've been well aware of, the whole story between Jones and Cormier,
Sure.
right down to the Twitter and Instagram battles that they've had. And to be honest, I was always curious if they would ever get the rematch done, with everything that happened to John Jones with the suspension, the testing positive for, I think it was cocaine, right?
Yes, but that was thrown out because it was an out of competition positive test, even though they should not have been testing for it. You know what I'm saying?
No, I get you, but still, look bad on his image, So it's interesting, next Saturday in conjunction with Garcia Broner, it's gonna be a very fun weekend to watch.
They're showing Nate Diaz. Why are they showing Nate Diaz? And Luke Rockhold. Uh-oh. What's happening? What do they have under the table? Are they just showing UFC Fox headlines? Like, I'm very confused about what this is.
You got me right now. I just see Lyman Good versus Elizeu Zaleski.
You're way behind me, brother. I'm sorry. It's okay though. I forgive you. But interesting. I mean, they're just showing like a lot of UFC Fox main events, I guess. Not even main events now. They're just showing fights. I have no idea what they're doing. Are they just like highlighting some of the highlighted fights on the Fox network that have taken place? I guess because it's like the 25th event on Fox. I guess. The Maki. I mean, I'm not even gonna try to pronounce your name. That's not even a good like insult, right? Like I mean, come on. I want some more original shit. And by the way, Doomsday is not ready yet, or is not available yet. Psh.
He will be. He still will get on later, right?
That's what he's saying. It's Doomsday though. You never know. You just never know.
That is true. I mean, we've got a long card. You know, if he doesn't make it on by then, it's gonna be like, dude, what the fuck?
Yeah, yeah. Some guys get busy though, you know. Like he has a girlfriend and things. You know, shit happens.
That's where you cue the shit happens, man. Soundbite.
Hold on, do I have that? Yeah, I do. It's mine. What am I talking about?
Shit happens, man.
Good old Angel Garcia. Shout out to you. God, I have so many sound bites I still have not played for any of these great listeners right now. Like Samaki Minwei Kianadi Yamaji. That guy. That guy's a loyal listener right there. Hold on. What do we have coming up next? What's the next fight?
Let's see. We got through Natal, Anders. Come on. We just saw it. Lyman Good versus Elizeu, Zaleski, Dos Santos.
Lyman Good. Let me shout out to Lyman Good right now because I was in the gym with him for a portion of his camp. Actually, you know, I don't want to brag. Got to see him up close sparring with guys like Marcus Brown. Turn off that sound, Santiago. What are you doing? Come on, amateur. Got to see Lyman Good spar guys like Marcus Brown, who's a light heavyweight contender in boxing right now. Paul Wolak. I got to see him spar a lot of really talented boxers. Lyman Good's boxing is very underrated. His power is very underrated, is what I'm going to say. Lyman Good has always been a very talented striker, and sort of always that mid-tier not UFC fighter, MMA fighter, I should say. I hope he does well because I think he's a really nice guy, and I was in there with camp with him, so I want to shout him out right now. You know, you should have seen the sparring wars between him and Marcus Brown. That's all I'm going to say.
Among other things, I would have loved to have seen at that camp.
Yeah, man, you didn't even see any of the sparring that I'd had. That's all I'm going to say. That's not my fault. You know whose fault that is?
Yes, we all know very well whose fault it is.
No, it's everyone else who fucking forgot to record me, man. Because no one recorded me. That's why. It's not because we don't have, you know, we didn't want to. Just because no one recorded me. Everyone forgot. I recorded everyone else, and no one, recorded me. It's okay. It happens. Right now, we're just getting Chris Weidman promos and videos talking about him coming back and being healthy and shit. Your eye still looks fucked up, you know. I don't know about this main event, man. I don't know. The more and more I think about it, the more and more I get worried for Weidman.
Well, why wouldn't you be, considering what he's been going up against his last 3 fights, you know? You gotta be worried for this guy, you know. You hope he'll come out through, but at the same time, it's kind of like, how much damage has that taken those last 3 fights?
Absolutely true. And there's an expiration date on everyone's fighting career. No one can outlast Father Time, and no one can outlast the beatings. That's really the thing. Your head and your brain can only take so many shots till it's done. What the hell is he doing right now? Are you watching this?
Yes, I'm watching this.
Him hitting the fucking lights and shit with sunglasses on. What the hell are you?
It's the way of the future, brother. It's the way of the fucking future. Soon enough, we won't even need mitts.
I just don't even know what that was. Yo, Boxing UK, man, he's killing us. Damn. Yeah, Chris Weidman naming some of his accolades and shit in the UFC. His his stats and everything like that. I really don't care about these stats that much. I think Kelvin Gastelum. If this was a 3-round fight, I would definitely go for Kelvin Gastelum, to be completely honest. But the fact that it is 5 rounds leads me to think, can Weidman just be able just to not outlast him, but wear out the smaller man over a longer period of time?
Oh, that is true. I think Kevin Gastelum was originally a welterweight, moving up to middleweight, right?
Technically speaking, he was a middleweight, then moved down to welterweight, then moved back up to middleweight. But he should be a welterweight, to be completely honest. He's naturally a welterweight.
I'm assuming Weidman spent his entire career at 185?
Yes, he has. Though he may have fought a couple light heavyweight fights very early in his career, not wanting to cut the weight, but I doubt it. He's been a career 185er in the UFC at least.
Right, so he's basically the legit middleweight, the legit 185er compared to Kevin Gastelum's kind of.
If anything, he's a very big middleweight. I mean, there was talks back in the day, I mean like 2 years ago, 3 years ago. It was going to be Chris Weidman versus John Jones. That was going to be a super fight.
Wow, I can only imagine what you must have thought of that matchup.
Oh my God, I loved it. I thought John Jones would always win, but I thought the pressure, the boxing of Chris Weidman added with his wrestling and submission skills would be very fascinating. But we just obviously it was just not meant to be. These things happen, as the famous Angel Garcia once said,
"Shit happens, man."
Exactly, shit happens. Mayweather.
Absolutely.
He agrees.
You love those sound bites.
I do, and I only stick to like 5, and I have like 300.
You gotta get the one that explains your disappointment in Cerrone Lawler as a sound bite.
We'll talk for a second. Let me see if I can find one.
Well, I'm not sure if I'm actually caught up. I think I might have finally caught up with you with the stream because I'm using Tiger Stream. My cable box is still fucked, unfortunately. Thank God for good old Ethernet cables.
Okay, I got one. Yo. Don Cerrone, I hear you're hurt.
Get up! Get the fuck up!
We got a fight to make, so get the fuck up, okay? We need to make it. I got another one.
Hell no!
Hell no, man. I'm so upset about this shit.
I love the Canes right there. I love the Canes reference right there.
Oh, I got another one. Oh, this one's perfect. I don't know why I didn't do this one first.
I'm hurt, dog. Don't ask me if I'm all right. Hell no!
I'm hurt, man.
Shout out to the U.
When I find out who hurt Don Cerrone,
I'm gonna hunt you down.
Exactly, because you ruined a great fight.
I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
I want the truth, man. What happened? How was that? Was that pretty good?
Hey, you got a chuckle out of me.
Some questions from the chat, as they always like to do. Rob, do you, and Santiago, you can definitely answer this question because you're a human box rec. Do you guys like that they ordered Luke Campbell versus Jorge Linares?
Now, I'm not sure if I've seen Luke Campbell before, to be honest with you. But I think it's a good stay busy fight for Linares. I know that a lot of people saw him pretty much just, whitewash Anthony Crolla in his last fight. And if it is in LA for September, I'm definitely going to go see that live. And hopefully, if if Mikey Garcia gets past Adrian Broner, I would love to see a unification fight between Linares and Garcia. I think that would be one of the best matchups they could make, first half of 2018.
That's the fact, Jack.
Yep, that's the fact. It's the fact, Jack. I like Luke Campbell. I think he's a decent prospect. Definitely way too soon. I mean, Jorge Linares' boxing skills.
Oh, he's a guy who's simply been prone to being easily cut.
I mean, I've been saying it for a very long time that I think Jorge Linares is going to sneak into the Hall of Fame, and no one's really talking about it. Boxing UK says Campbell more of a boxer than Crolla. Yeah, I think you're right about that, but I also think that
I think Linares is one
that
up.
may hurt him. That may hurt him more.
Yeah, I feel that Linares' boxing is just so refined at this point in his career, and he seems more rejuvenated now, especially with the win streak he's had in the UK. That he might get the knockout in this fight.
I definitely will say that to outbox somebody that has really high boxing skill is a much harder game plan than roughing him up.
Mm-hmm.
Crolla had the right game plan. For some reason, the second fight, he just didn't do it, in my opinion. Not saying that Linares didn't make the adjustments and just outclass him. That's probably true, but Crolla had the game plan. He did. Rough him up, get on the inside, work him to the body, make him bleed, which you can easily do. Rob from the UK, dude. I love Rob. Santiago, human box rec, not Roch Campbell. Shut the front door.
Yeah, man.
How can you say that if you ain't seen him, Santiago? Damn, shots fired. But to be fair, Rob, Santiago is more like the boxing historian than the human box rec.
Yeah, and that's the hipster. He keeps up with all the low-key fighters.
Yeah, like, I'm more of like, I know now. I know more what's happening now than what Santiago does. But anyways, it's okay. It's okay. Boxing UK, Rob, you guys from the UK, it's okay, man. It's okay. We love Luke Campbell over here. Don't worry. We're not going to shit on your boy. I can sense the hostility from the UK already. It's okay.
Yeah, like I think it's a good fight. You know, I'm not saying that Luke Campbell isn't gonna have a doesn't have a shot, but just being frank, with the guy who's got the skill set and the boxing pedigree that Linares has, I have to pick Linares.
Yeah, easily. I think the only guys that can really beat Linares right now are at the very, very top. So you're talking about Robert Easters. You're talking about
Mikey Garcia
back, Terry Flanagan. If he gets back for Dejo, but then Flanagan just got hurt, so now that fight's postponed. But yes, obviously we have the fight Lyman Good versus some guy.
Elizeu Zaleski dos Santos.
Say that again, please.
Elizeu Zaleski dos Santos.
I was trying to get a soundbite ready, but I fucked up. My bad.
Congratulations, you failed.
My bad.
That's the soundbite you recorded.
Santiago just wants to say this to me.
Because you suck.
But it's okay. I'm the champ. It's okay, man. I'm just going to tell Santiago this.
Stay in your lane.
Exactly. Stay in your lane. Lyman Good probably going to get the finish here. But again, I have no idea who his opponent is. So God knows. But Lyman Good's cardio has always been very, very decent in my opinion. And again, his striking is something else.
Yeah, Lyman Good's
especially at this level.
Yeah, Lyman Good's aggressive but accurate with his striking. Fairly wild, but he does
early takedown by what's his name?
Elizeu Zaleski dos Santos.
I'm gonna call him Santos. What up, Santos?
Just call him Dos Santos.
No,
like Junior Dos Santos.
No, Santos. Like Santa. Got a quick takedown. Lyman Good's back to his feet along the cage, trying to separate the hands and get free. Dos Santos definitely has the back right now, but not really working for anything, just trying to stay controlled. Oh, he switches to a single leg. I don't know if he has it. He has the hands claps. Can he get it? I think he's a little bit too low on the leg. Not high up enough. But he's doing a good job of switching it up, chaining takedown attempts, and clinching. Yo, man, Rob's going at you, man. Chavez Jr. versus Murray, too. You seen any of them? Oh, good knee by Lyman Good. Good right hand by Dos Santos.
Oh, Lord.
Oh. Right hand almost lands for Lyman Good. Lyman Good definitely upping the pressure right now just in terms of footwork and forward aggression. See if he can get the early knockout. Oh, good jab, uppercut by Dos Santos. Good leg kick. Oh, good leg kick by Dos Santos. Knocks Lyman Good down. Lyman Good quickly gets back up, though. Yo, Santiago, you know who Chavez Jr. is?
Of course, I think everybody knows who that disgrace is.
Yo, you know who Martin Murray is?
Oh man, of course I know who Martin Murray is.
The second you said I don't know who that is, you fucked up. Just lie. You just lie to the public, man.
Please.
Good. I actually like the pairing right now by Lyman Good. Definitely some boxing skill that he's learned in the gym from Marcus Brown and Coach Terrific.
Cisco Pike. I would side with Julius Ndongo. I think the reach would be too much for Adrian Broner.
What weight? 140?
I imagine it would be at 140.
Then I'm going to pick Julius Ndongo. Slightly, though. Slightly. I think Julius Ndongo has the frame of a fucking welterweight, if not a junior middleweight.
He made
Ricky Burns?
Yeah, there you go. He made Ricky Burns look fucking small in that fight.
Yeah, he did. Lyman Good lands a couple shots, gets the trip takedown. Now in the full guard of Dos Santos with 2 minutes left. Can he work to a better position? Oh, switches over the leg. But Dos Santos is getting up right now. Neither guy really having the advantage on the ground. Good knee by Lyman Good on the stand-up. Lands on the face of Dos Santos. Good right counter by Lyman Good. Connects. Decent little chess match right here in terms of striking. I'm not bad.
Yeah, it looks good. Like if this is the fight we get for the next 2 rounds, it's not that bad of a fight.
Good right hand. Oh, no. Good right counter by Dos Santos, man. God. Dos Santos ain't bad. He just looks a little bit out-muscled, to be honest. Like just a little bit outpowered.
No, but you can see that he's got a good sense of distance. Good's getting in there, but not as easily as you think.
Lyman Good catches the leg kick, lands a right hand, has Dos Santos stumbling a bit. If you notice, I was saying earlier that, if MMA fighters use too much of a boxing defensive technique, it can lead them to being open in an MMA fight. And I think Lyman Good's one of those examples where he has been boxing with some really high-level boxers for a little bit too long or too much maybe. And he's picking up some bad tendencies for an MMA fight, such as hand placement for defense. He's only placing the hand right here instead of placing the forearms right there. That's going to lead to him being hit more. Shots get around the guard much easier in an MMA fight than a boxing fight for obvious reasons.
Yeah, like the thing I remember when I was reading up on Holly Holm first going into the UFC was having to learn the different ways to throw a punch or a kick in mixed martial arts compared to boxing
or kickboxing. Anything with bigger gloves. Like that purely is and the fact that you have open hands, you have open fingers, you can grab, you can literally hold on to something. That changes up pairing a little bit, because pairing is not only slapping, you can also grab, work for a takedown, working to get in the clinch. There's a lot more things you can do and not do as a result of just the glove change.
So do you give that first round to?
That was a close round, to be completely honest. I'm going to give it to Lyman Good slightly. And again, very slightly. I thought he just landed the better shots, while maybe Dos Santos landed more shots. I thought he was also reacting more than acting. Lyman Good was the aggressor. He was starting the action. I usually don't always only score for people like that, but for me, that was probably a deciding factor in a round where not a lot happened.
Occam's razor, right?
Yeah. Wait, how's Occam's razor apply to this?
Sometimes the simplest reason is the correct one. The aggression was really what made the decisive.
True.
Decisive for me.
True.
People look for that complicated stuff, and it's like sometimes it's just not that complicated, man. He was just that aggressive.
You are right about that, especially in fighting. How often you get those people that try to get too heady about it. They go, "Oh no, it's all these."
It was a subtle thing, or look what he did to set this up, and it's like,
look at the foot placement. Look at the foot placement. It's like, he just landed more shots. He landed the better shots.
He landed the cleaner shots.
Right about that. But even then, boxing scoring sucks or fighting scoring sucks. Combat scoring is the worst. Good right hand by Lyman, good right there. But Dos Santos rolled with it pretty well. Ooh, good one too by Dos Santos. Quick. Dos Santos is easily the quicker fighter in terms of hand speed. If he can just keep this outside, keep the fight on the outside, he could easily just outpoint Lyman good.
Yeah, he's doing a pretty good job keeping the distance. As long as he keeps it standing, I think he'll do well and pretty much get himself a close but unanimous decision, 29-28, in my opinion.
Good knee by Dos Santos. Lyman good. I've also noticed this in the gym. That he's a guy that will walk forward and sort of wait sometimes. You get what I'm saying? And I never liked that tendency from fighters. If you're walking forward, do something. Whatever you're doing, do something.
Yeah, jab, a little slight head movements.
If you're just walking forward and waiting, you're going to get trapped. You're going to get caught. You're going to get sucked into something that you're not seeing.
Especially with a guy that does have enough wherewithal to keep you on the outside and use that to his advantage, you know?
It's not like Dos Santos has some bad skills. I mean, he's throwing some really good uppercuts.
Nah, he's doing good, man. He's doing good. Keep controlling the middle distance. He's doing really good.
If Lyman Good's just walking in, not really thinking, he can get caught. Oh, good right hand though. Definitely, there's a power difference though in the shots. Like you can just see Dos Santos reacting more every time there's a shot being landed. While
yes, definitely. But Dos Santos has a pretty good jab. You know, I feel like it's helping him and to keep him on the outside.
Rob from the UK, quick question. Forgive me as I only know this from my older son, but is Brock Lesnar still in the sport? So that's an interesting question that you're bringing up in this week, because right now Brock Lesnar has re-entered the USADA, U.S. Anti-Doping Agency testing pool. And there's a stipulation where if you retire, air quotes, retire, you have to be tested for 4 months before you can schedule a fight.
Yeah, I heard about that too, about how he was re-entering the UFC scene.
Yes. Now, again, that does not necessarily mean that he is fighting.
No.
It leads credence that there is some sort of negotiations and something happening. Oh, good one too by Lyman Good. Both guys stand in the pocket right now, delivering shots. But yes, to answer your question, sort of. He is sort of in the UFC still. He did have a fight last year, though most thought that was going to be a one-off, and he did test positive for a banned substance. And also, he is under that suspension right now. He has another 5 months left in his suspension. So we still have that to get through before we even talk about him fighting. Oh, right hand. Staggered Dos Santos, but Dos Santos goes with a spinning back fist. Sends Lyman Good to the cage. Interesting fight to say the least.
It's a close round.
It's a very close round. Is exactly what I'm thinking. I have no idea who to really score this for. I'm thinking Lyman Good, because I think he's getting the better of it in the second half of the round.
Let's see how they finish. You know, they got like 50 seconds.
We have a whole minute left. Oscar Martinez saying that he's supposed to leave WWE after WrestleMania. I mean, I've heard those rumors too. And I've also heard rumors that this is all just a big negotiation tactic. I've heard that he wants to re-up his WWE deal. Oh, flying knee. But Dos Santos lands on Lyman Good, but Lyman Good lands like a 5-punch combination. Damn, some good violence, some good explosive dynamic violence in the second round. Back to Brock Lesnar and WrestleMania and all that. I have no idea. I may do a little more digging on that, to be honest, for you casuals out there, Rob, and Santiago, because I know Brock Lesnar moves the needle. Like, casuals instantly get...
You know, it's actually funny because the first time I'd ever heard of Brock Lesnar was when he was competing in the UFC.
There's a lot of people like that, actually.
My sister remembers him from the WWE days.
Well, of course, because your sister used to actually like do pro wrestling. But that's neither here nor there, and that's a side note. Brock Lesnar, man, if he does come back, I don't know. I mean, he's one of those guys where not for the same reasons, but a similar feeling. It's like a Mayweather Pacquiao where I'm just like, you know what? I'm good. I had the history of it. I lived it. Like you don't need to come back. Like I'm good. I'm good. We're all good. We all got you for as in your primes. Like we're good. But unfortunately, money is the ultimate promoter in a sense, ultimate drive. And
What is the heavyweight landscape compared to when Lesnar was competing?
much more competitive and much more, I would say, evolved. I mean, you look at a guy like Stipe Miocic. I mean, what he could do to Brock Lesnar now would be kind of brutal to watch. Oscar Martinez asked a similar question. You think Lesnar can beat the top 5 heavyweights if he returns? Let me go through the UFC's top 5 heavyweights very fast and actually pull that up for you guys, and I'll go through it. And we'll see what I think he can do against those top 5. Because obviously Stipe Miocic is there. Hold on, let me get heavyweight. So we have Stipe Miocic at technically he's the champion, is not ranked, he's the champion. Number 1, Alistair Overeem. Number 2, Fabricio Verdum. Number 3, Cain Velasquez. Number 4, Gian dos Santos. Number 5, Francis Ngannou. Yes, my boy. I don't see Brock Lesnar beating a single one of them. Now, could he? Yes. I mean, his wrestling is incredible. I mean, the guy went undefeated his senior year of college as a collegiate wrestler. This was a guy that could have gone to the Olympics and won gold medals, but he just went the money route with the WWF, WWE, which I don't blame him. I think he was totally in his right to do that, and I think most people in his circumstance would have done the same. Oh, man. Lyman Good and Dos Santos throwing on a really good fight right now. I know we're talking about something else right now, but I just want to address that. These two guys putting on a great fight. I mean, obviously, you're more of a casual, Santiago, but I know you have some sort of recognition, especially with these guys, I would say, having a lot more fan sort of awareness or brand awareness. You know, Alistair Overeem, I think, is well known. Fabricio Verdum was a champion for a while. Cain Velasquez was a champion. Gian dos Santos was a champion. Francis Ngannou, I've talked about him a lot, so I bet you've at least seen him fight. So Santiago, I mean, do you think Brock Lesnar can beat any of those top 5 guys or top 6 guys?
Well, given how much time he spent in the WWE and how little time he spent in the UFC, it's hard for me to say, but it would be interesting to see how well he transitions back into the UFC, especially with today's landscape compared to when he was fighting originally.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think he does well. He's never taken shots well. And all these guys are heavy hitters. I mean, I'll go through it again very fast. Stipe Miocic has one-punch knockout power. Alistair Overeem, one-punch knockout power. Fabricio Verdum has shown one-punch or one-strike knockout power, and let alone his overall grappling skills are probably superior in terms of MMA grappling than Brock Lesnar. So that just seems like an awful matchup. Cain Velasquez, he's already fought Cain Velasquez, and Cain Velasquez knocked him out in the first round. Gian dos Santos, they were originally scheduled to fight. I thought then, and I still think to this day, Gian dos Santos would knock out Brock Lesnar. Gian dos Santos' defensive grappling and boxing skill would be the antithesis to Brock Lesnar's skill set. Francis Ngannou, he could beat him. Though again, we're facing a similar issue where all these guys are known knockout artists in a way, are known heavy hitters. This isn't just like, oh, it's a heavyweight division, they can hit hard. No, all these guys have shown a vast history and case study of them being able to knock the fuck out of anybody. They can knock out anyone they want if they so choose, basically. So, man, I think Brock Lesnar has a really tough time. Now, if you name other heavyweights, Mark Hunt, he's already beat. Derek Lewis, he could beat. Alexander Volkov, he could beat. Stefan Struve, he could beat. Marcin Tybura, he could beat. Oleksiy Oleinik, he could beat. Tim Johnson, he could beat. Andre Arlovski, he could beat. Travis Brown, he could beat. Curtis Blades, he could beat. Brock Lesnar can beat anyone else, but that top 5, I just don't see it. I just don't.
Who would you want to see him in his first fight back once everything's like, done with the whole testing and the...
So we're under the assumption that he is coming back, and I have the job of just matchmaking, right?
Yes, like who would you like to put him back in as like a competitive, but not a guy that'll probably upset him?
With a guy like him, you're only expecting him to maybe fight once a year tops, because he is now just like that guy where he'll fight once a year and make 10, 20, 30 million dollars and just go back to his ranch out in Montana and be happy. So you need somebody that has some sort of marquee name, someone that can generate business, but you also want him to do well, especially if you want him to come back. Mark Hunt was the perfect name. You can't do that again. Derek Lewis, maybe you could do that. Lyman Good gets rocked. Holy shit. Oh. Fight's over. Wow. Good ending to a really good fight. Just want to say that Dos Santos definitely won that last round. That second round is going to be the determining factor of this fight. You're going to see a 29-28 split decision type of scorecard. But back to Brock Lesnar. Francis Ngannou, he's a hot rising prospect or contender. So you kind of don't want to throw him against Brock Lesnar in fear of losing that contender to a guy that's not going to fight for the belt. Junior Dos Santos is a guy that's really not in any position to fight for the title.
I would not favor Brock Lesnar in that fight either. I've seen Junior fight.
Yeah, but I mean, Junior is one of those guys where you're not risking a title contender, and it's also a marquee matchup that has some sort of already built-in marketability because they were scheduled to fight. They're both coaches on The Ultimate Fighter. Maybe Junior Santos. That would make a lot of sense. As a very Junior Santos, because of the wear and tear, is at least beatable, even though his style is a nightmare. Junior Santos, the person at 2017, may just be done. But Cain Velasquez, Verdum, Overeem, Miocic, those are fights you just don't want if you're Brock Lesnar. So I just do not see that happening. Hands of Stone, how long before the Weidman fight? Man, what are we at the end of the undercard? Sorry. What time is it? Probably like in an hour.
Yeah. 5 minutes, the main card starts.
You're probably looking at an hour and a half, Hands of Stone, before the Weidman fight. But again, I think every fight on the main card of this Fox event is a really good fight with divisional relevance. And Hands of Stone, I guess the upset will be Ness losing then, most likely. You're just gonna have to wait till the other two fights get shown.
So who do you have after 3 rounds?
Hold on. I got the perfect soundbite for this.
I think it's kind of what we call speculation.
Yes, speculation. I have Lyman Good winning it 29-28. But I can definitely see a scorecard for Dos Santos.
Yep. That's my scorecard, 29-28 in favor of Dos Santos.
Wow, Dos Santos won. I did not hear the scorecard, but it was split decision. I have no idea if there's any 30-27 scorecards given out. I hope to God there is not. Because I think there's no way for either guy you can really score that 30-27. There's no way in hell.
No, it was a really close fight, especially with that second round. It could have gone either way.
Well, you know what? I can't even be that upset if there was a 30-27 scorecard.
Yeah, you know what? You're right, because
the first round was close. The second round was close. The third round I thought was probably the most dominant round in a sense.
Yeah.
Maybe the first round, but even then, it's all very relative. I wonder what Dos Santos is saying right now, but then again, he's Brazilian, so
translation required in either
case. Yeah, and you know, like the translation sort of like ruins it. It really does. Rob from the UK, question: how often do top UFC fighters fight per year? Obviously, it depends on the fighter. I would say average 2 to 3 times is the average. If you're looking like the top 3 guys, 2 to 3 times a year. Top 5 to top 15, you're looking at more 3 to 4 times a year. And then everyone under that, it just due to scheduling. You may get guys that are in the top 20, top 30 that get one fight a year, unfortunately, because of scheduling. But yeah, it's usually that 2 to 3 times a year, I would say.
And like we mentioned before, in the UFC, you usually see the top fighters fighting each other. You rarely see a tune-up fight in this sport.
Yes. There's way less tune-ups in the UFC, especially than in boxing. So the need for a lot of fights per year is not really there if you're fighting top 10 opposition every time if you're in the top 10. Like
There's a reason why we're worried for a guy like Chris Weidman.
I'll put this in perspective, Rob, because you are more of a casual. Chris Weidman's record, which I'm going to pull up right now. Give me a second. He's on a 3-fight losing streak.
Yes, that is correct. His last loss coming against Gegard Mousasi.
Yes, he was just left the UFC. But his record right here, he has lost to Luke Rockhold. He lost the title that way due to TKO in the 4th round. He lost due to KO flying knee by Yoel Romero. And then he lost by TKO knees to Gegard Mousasi. So all 3 losses by knockout. Every single one of those opponents were in the top 5. When have you ever seen that in boxing where a champion loses by knockout, he fights a top 5 opponent next, he loses by knockout. He fights a top 5 opponent next, loses by knockout. And who's he fighting in his 4th fight? A top 5 opponent, arguably. So, I mean, that's just something that you just truly don't hear of in boxing. I honestly cannot think of a single circumstance where that's happened ever. Rob, so L's ain't a big thing so much as perceived in boxing. Yes, that is absolutely true. I mean, some of the greats in MMA have, and for boxing, piss poor records, like Orlando Salido records, in terms of just pure number. You know, Randy Couture has a really bad record in terms of numbers. BJ Penn as well, but those guys are definitely top 15, top 20 all-time fighters. Hands with Stone, how long before the Weidman fight? I've already said it. An hour and a half, give or take. Cisco Pike, Mousasi loss was kind of controversial, but he definitely lost. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I kind of glossed over the controversy of that loss. But he was hurt. He was definitely hurt by those blows. Whether those shots were legal or not, I think it's up to everyone's interpretation of the rules and what took place and what transpired in that quick nanosecond of time. But he did get hit with those shots and he did get hurt. That will affect him. Oscar Martinez, would you want to see Romero versus Bisping if Whitaker is out with injuries? No. But then again, like what's with Bisping? Is he still fighting GSP? We still don't know what's officially happening with that.
All they've had is a press conference.
And they, after that press conference, have said numerous times that fight is off. That fight's no longer happening. And then they come back and said the fight is happening. So I don't know what Michael Bisping is doing. I think his title reign right now is sort of looking bad in a sport that is, what have you done for me lately? I don't know. I think that depending what Michael Bisping does is what they should do with the division. If Michael Bisping is fighting George St. Pierre in November or October, then why? Why put Romero up against him? Let Robert Whitaker heal. Romero can fight literally anyone else. You know, I would say Gegard Mousasi makes a lot of sense, but he's gone. Maybe a Jacare rematch. Make that 5 rounds as well. I would be happy about that. But yeah, Hands of Stone. Why isn't Ben Askren in the UFC? See, Hands of Stone, I know you're sort of knowledgeable, so this might be a rhetorical question, just to see what my response is. He's on the UFC because Dana White doesn't like him, and the Fertitta brothers didn't like him. That's the reason why a top 3 welterweight in the world never made his UFC debut. There's a reason why he's fighting in Asia for good money, but fighting nobodies. Yeah, and Hanson, they have had interim belts for a very long time. Actually, they just haven't really utilized them. They use them more now as more of a marketability thing. You know, being able to. The UFC does not like having a fight on pay-per-view or a headline fight on pay-per-view not be a title fight. The UFC has always had a very hard time doing that. So that's where we've seen this influx of interim belts when they're not really needed. And I would say even interim belts mean very different things in MMA than they do in boxing. So it's very different. But yes, I would say traditionally, Rob, there's only one belt in each division. Rob, Dana White technically has never been in charge. He's only owned portions of the UFC. The UFC was once owned by SEG Entertainment, and the president back then was Art Davies. Then in 2001, Zuffa LLC, owned by Lorenzo and Frank Fertitta, the Fertitta brothers, as they're often called, bought the UFC with Dana White. Dana White was like a minority owner. I believe he owned around 15-20% of the company. So Dana White's never been really in charge. He's been the figurehead, always been the president, and he's never not been the president of the UFC, but he's never been in charge. It's a very key thing to make a distinction of, that he really has no controlling power, no decision-making power. Is he at the table discussing things with the Fertittas back in the day? Absolutely, but he was not the controlling entity. It was Lorenzo and Frank Fertitta. But with the UFC sale, it's sort of unknown what capacity the Fertitta brothers, or at least Lorenzo, is still in it, because there does seem like he is in it in some capacity. We've heard of Lorenzo sort of being the main guy making deals for some of these fighters. Chris Weidman's one of them, actually, post the UFC sale. So it's really unknown what sort of how much Lorenzo is still in the game. But Dana has sold all of his shares of the company. I think he made, just off of his shares, I think it was around $400 million. It was like 360 plus, I believe. But yes, to answer your question, Dana White has never really been in charge. But yes, he did sell his stock in the UFC, and he is still present. He signed a 5-year deal with the new owners of the UFC, which is WME-ING, which is a talent agency. They represent a lot of the main celebrities in Hollywood, in movies, TV, and such. So they are the main owners of the UFC nowadays. Handle Stone, WTF did Askren do that was that bad? Dana still dealt with Tito and others he hated. My answer for that is that, yes, Dana will always deal with people that he doesn't like if there's money involved. Ben Askren arguably was never going to be that guy. So I can, and come on, the UFC has let go guys of like Gegard Mousasi, who is, and Phil Davis and Ryan Bader. Like, there's a long list of top guys they let go. Not even for they have an issue with them. Just, you're not going to make me money? Bye. That's always been the UFC's mentality. You're not making me money? We don't need you. Ben Askren arguably was never going to make the money. Tito Ortiz, for whatever we want to say about Tito Ortiz, and I will always be one of them, because he represents an area that's very close to me in terms of geography, unfortunately. But Tito was a star. Tito was a star in an age where UFC wasn't a star. Like, the brand wasn't big. But Tito was. People knew who Tito was, or knew who he was in the cage and everything like that. They knew that brand, Tito Ortiz, the Huntington Beach bad boy. Like, they have heard that name. So that's why Dana fucked with Tito. Let's be honest. And Hands of Stone, you were right. The owner of WME-ING is Ari Emanuel, the brother of Rahm Emanuel, the mayor of Chicago. And also, Ari Emanuel is what's the term? The show Entourage back in the day. You remember that show, Santiago, Entourage? was on like HBO or Showtime or one of those channels.
Heard of the show?
Yeah.
Never really got into it.
That was based off of Ari Emanuel and WME. That entire show is based off of this company that has now owned the UFC. So if you want to have any sort of perception on who Ari Emanuel is, sort of what the public perception or the industry perception of WME and Ari Emanuel is, watch Entourage and you get a good idea of sort of the notoriety that they have accumulated over the years. Not saying that they haven't done a great job. They are one of the leaders. It's them and CA, I believe, which is, what is that an acronym for? I forget. But CA and WME are the big two talent agencies in Hollywood and in the world, I would say. So just a little bit of a history and of the business side of what is going on in the UFC, Rob. And it's okay, you're not a hardcore MMA fan. This show is meant for more casuals. It's meant to help you guys out and help bring you into the sport. Santiago, any thoughts on anything I said, or are you just taking it all in?
Just taking it all in, not really much for me to say considering that I'd never watched the show. And I only recently got into, mixed martial arts and the UFC in general, so it's not something I can easily relate to compared to you who grew up with it.
True. Like I vividly remember like the SEG days. I was a very little kid, but I vividly remember SEG. I vividly remember when Zuffa bought it. And then I remember over the years Zuffa changing and the UFC changing and obviously the UFC sale, what was it, 2 years ago, a year and a half ago? That shit was industry changing. I mean, $4.2 billion for any sporting entity is insane. So, I mean, it's the business side of the UFC is directly connected with the history of the sport in a way. So, something good to know, some good knowledge to have in your back, to know the transitions of the UFC in terms of ownership and how it's changed. But yeah. Man, hands of stone. Don't bring up Anthony Pettis, man. It's just sad. The guy was on a Wheaties box, for God's sake. What happened? Sad days. Hands of stone saying in the chat, you remember when everyone was hyping up Pettis and would talk about him versus Khabib? Then Pettis literally disappeared into oblivion. We know Pettis just had a fight. He just beat Jim Miller. I think it was a month ago. So Anthony Pettis is back in the lightweight division, and he's on a win. Not a winning streak, but he's on a win. Next fight coming up is two top 10 bantamweights. Jimmie Rivera, who just beat Uriah Faber, the legend and Hall of Famer himself, against Thomas Almeida, the Muay Thai devastation. That's not his nickname, but I call him that. I love this fight. I think this fight's going to be very intriguing from a game planning standpoint.
Both guys have only lost once so far, and they've got great records, 20 and 22 wins apiece.
Have you done any tape study on these men?
I have, actually. I've done tape study on most of the fighters on here, so anytime you want to get my input on what I think of them.
Go for it. Break down this fight, who you're predicting, how is it going to play out, who's going to win, and by what?
So we are looking at Jimmie Rivera versus Jimmie Rivera versus Thomas Almeida. Actually, these are the only guys I never actually was able to do any tape study for. Interesting.
Wow.
It's the only fight I didn't do any tape study for.
And
actually,
probably like one of the best fights on the card.
Yeah, because like I've seen Patrick Cummins, Dennis Bermudez, Darren Elkins. So that's not going to be too hard. But Jimmie Rivera and Thomas Almeida, wasn't able to get much out of them, but I saw some of their highlight reels, and both guys are really good fighters.
Absolutely. I think Jimmie Rivera, in terms of overall, like the complete package, is probably more it. I think his overall combination of striking, grappling, and wrestling and submissions, it's overall pretty good. though Thomas Almeida is the specialist. He's the guy that can slice up his opposition with his striking. So I'm very intrigued on this fight. I'm hesitantly picking Thomas Almeida, mainly due to me liking his style, me thinking that Cody Garbrandt fight was, especially looking back on it, more of an indication of who Cody Garbrandt was than who Thomas Almeida was. So I'm really hyped for this fight. I think Thomas Almeida is probably going to get the TKO in the second round.
I want to go against you, but I can't. I feel the same way. I have to give this one to Thomas Almeida.
Almeida. Because
Almeida.
It's Portuguese. It's not Spanish. You got to think about it that way.
Well, I have a hard time pronouncing some of the Spanish names on my own. Like, it took me a while to remember how to say Wasaka because of all the Russians names that I've been reading.
Russian names are so hard. God damn it. Hands of Stone. I think the Fertitas pulled a fast one with the huge amount they got for the UFC. It is in no way worth what they got paid, in my opinion. It's actually getting worse. Losing their stars, fighters becoming divas. Did WME overpaid for the product they received? If you're looking off the year they bought it, because remember that year was insane in terms of pay-per-view buys and everything like that. It was the best year in pay-per-views for a combat sports entity, I believe, in the 21st century. To be completely honest, I think the only one that comes close is Mayweather Promotions in the year that he fought Pacquiao. But I think that year, the year after the Pacquiao Mayweather fight, that year the UFC had was unbelievable. They had at least 5 or 6 1 million plus pay-per-view buy rate cards. So you got to remember that really drove a lot of the interest, that it was coming off this huge year. Obviously, Ronda Rousey was not jettisoned from the company. She was not retired the way she has. She was still there. Conor McGregor, I mean, no one predicted that he would just take a year off from the sport and go fight Mayweather. No one in their right mind thought that would happen.
Yeah, especially from the Mayweather standpoint. I mean, even with the money, we didn't think that fight would be feasibly possible.
I can see why they gave that price tag. Looking back on it, yeah, I can see why you also think that it was overpriced. I can definitely say that. And also I think the Fertitas were smart in terms, they left when the shit started coming back on them. When their malpractices, when their borderline, if not outright, illegal activities in terms of employment and independent contractors was really starting to unravel itself and starting to come back in their face. They left at the right time for that, in my opinion. So that I absolutely will say that the Fertitas got out at the right time to not get into any legal trouble. Because now the onus is on WME. However, I don't know if that is connected with monetarily. Did WME lose money? Because in the long run, the UFC is a very, very profitable entity. Their gym business does very well. UFC Fight Pass does very well. The money they get probably from like places like YouTube alone is probably very decent. You gotta think about it that way, that they're getting money from a lot of different ways, a lot of different international distributions. They just need stars. If they have stars, they can sell. That's why you're seeing Brock Lesnar now entering the USADA pool again, because the UFC is actively trying to get stars and make big fights. But again, we can talk about that another time. We have round 1 starting. Thomas Almeida versus Jimmie Rivera, a fight that I am hyped for, to say the least. I love the yellow shorts from Thomas Almeida. A quick nod to, obviously, Anderson Silva wearing the black and yellow. I love that shit. Just to be honest, I love when fighters pay homage to other legends, and Thomas Almeida, obviously being Brazilian, paying homage to another great Brazilian. Thomas Almeida doing a decent job of just sort of staying out of the range of Jimmie Rivera's shots, trying to find his timing, his pace. Really just throwing leg kicks right now to judge distance. No one has really committed on shots except for Rivera, and he's coming short. Again, there is a reach disadvantage. There is a size or a height disadvantage, I should say, for Jimmie Rivera that might play a factor. So, yes. In Hands of Stone, I see that question right there, and I will definitely answer that in between the rounds because I think that's a very interesting question that even I have some issues with. So I'll get to that. Hands of Stone asking, whatever happened to that Fighters Union thing GSP and some others were a part of not long ago? I would definitely answer that. Excuse me. Jimmie Rivera trying to cut the cage off right now. But, good right hand by Almeida lands. Just a lead right. Catches Rivera when Rivera went for a low leg kick. Almeida gets knocked down. He's hurt. He is definitely hurt. Is Almeida just chinny? That may be a factor, people. Wow. Rivera just sat him down with a good short hook. Almeida has reverse positions. He now has Rivera up against the cage. Damn. Come on, Almeida. Come on. I don't want to eat crow. Come on. Rivera just throwing those short hooks, man. Rivera, to me, right now, is showing that he is more of the fighter, while Almeida is more of the technician in a way, though he doesn't seem to have that fighter durability. That may play a factor. Again, I asked previously before this fight started, is Almeida... Was that Almeida loss to Cody Garbrandt just something that showed us that Cody Garbrandt is something special? Or is there an inherent flaw in Thomas Almeida? Jimmie Rivera seems to be exploiting that flaw, which is his chin. Let's see if he can touch him again. Both guys exchanging leg kicks.
It's a good style matchup, too, because you could see that Rivera's trying to get in his counters while Almeida's trying to control the distance.
Absolutely. And you can definitely see a hesitance from Almeida right now, and also a calmness and like a comfort factor with Rivera. Rivera's in a flow right now.
He's moving well. He's loose. He's letting his shots just go.
He's getting the distance down as well. Good leg kick by Rivera. Knocked down again. Man. Right hand barely misses from Rivera. Both guys barely missing very hard shots. Almeida needs to just create distance, work his kicks, and survive for the next round because he's definitely lost this one. Good knee on the inside by Jimmie Rivera. Damn. I think Almeida is a little bit gun-shy right now, which is hurting him. He seems hesitant.
Yeah, I don't blame him, too, getting knocked down twice. He has to feel, something. That seed was planted in his mind.
Good one, too, by Almeida. I wonder if he's going to regroup and go into the second round better. Hopefully he does. Otherwise, Rivera's just going to keep hitting him and eventually knock him out.
Yeah. Another 10 minutes to go. Hopefully he can fight his way back.
Back to that question. Hands of Stone, what happened to that Fighters Union thing? I have no idea. And to be honest, no one in the MMA community kind of does. They've sort of just disappeared. The MMAAA, the MMAAA, Mixed Martial Artists Association, no, something like that. Whatever it is. I think they just sort of had so much bad publicity in a way because of the Bjorn Rebney hire for that organization that they might have just slipped off the radar. I don't know what happened, to be honest. I really don't know. And also, all those fighters were represented by the same talent agency. And guess what talent agency that was, Santiago? The rival talent agency of the owners of the UFC. CA represented George St. Pierre, Chris Weidman, and a bunch of guys. And just so happened that those same guys, represented by a different talent agency, tried forming a fighters association within the UFC. Interesting. Again, I have no idea in terms of specifics. That's pure speculation, connecting dots. Oh, good step-in knee from Almeida. Seemed to have at least dropped Rivera to his knees for a split second. Wow. Impressive. Rob, I'll get to a question after this round. Actually, I can answer right now. I didn't see the question. No, there's been no studies to show. Out of curiosity, this is from Hand to Stone. Out of curiosity, any idea on how much the UFC pays Rogan? No, but I know they pay him very well. And remember, Rogan is a UFC employee from before Zuffa and Dana White. You have to remember that. Joe Rogan used to be an interviewer after the fight, a la Jim Gray, way back in the 90s. So Rogan has tenure. There's a reason Rogan came, I think it was last year, into the UFC and said, look, I'm not doing any more cards that aren't in the US and aren't pay-per-view. Rogan's the one that went and told him that. Rogan has some power and some sway. And also, you have to remember, Rogan is such a big celebrity. Oh, my God. Good right hand by Rivera. Stumbles Almeida. Whew, man. Almeida doesn't have a chin. I think it's obvious.
Yeah, it looks like that's his biggest detriment.
He's Amir Khan in there, man. Extreme skill, speed, talent.
But he just happens to have a glass jaw.
It happens sometimes, man. But yeah, Rogan's a big guy in the industry, and he has so much respect and clout, not only from the UFC themselves and the new owners, but also the fans. Igloo in the chat. What is up, Igloo? That was awesome. Awesome that you're here, man. The many-faced God himself, Igloo. It's interesting they bring up the May Mac presser, Igloo, and the fact that they sure brought Joe Rogan out. The fact they brought Brendan Schaub out is very fascinating, mainly due to the UFC and Brendan Schaub not getting along at all. Very fascinating to me. I wonder if that was more of a McGregor stipulation than a UFC stipulation. Cute. Oh, right hand drops Rivera. Oh my God, Almeida, you beautiful animal. Come on. And you get caught with a huge shot and you stumble too. Damn it, you son of a bitch.
You gotta love this fight, though.
Now I know what Amir Khan fans feel like, dude. It's the worst thing ever.
Oh, easily, man. I mean, I was never an Amir Khan fan, but, I could tell that son of a bitch had heart. It's the one thing you can never take away from these guys.
This is a very good fight. I just want to say that I know I haven't really been talking about it. That's because you guys in the chat have been asking some really good questions. Oh, man. These guys are just so close to landing a knockout blow. This is what a top 10 fight looks like, ladies and gentlemen. Pure action and skill being displayed. I think this has been a very good round for Thomas Almeida. He's definitely showed that he is still in it. And even though he's been getting hurt, he has been recovering pretty quickly, though. Head kick by Almeida lands. Good head kick. I wonder. Oh, good 1-2 by reverse 1-2 by Almeida. Straight right with the left hook, more like a 2-3. I wonder if Almeida is almost like a Michael Bisping. And for those that know MMA in any sort of capacity, understand that reference. Michael Bisping, historically very chinny. but extreme skill, extreme talent. And then he just put it together late, improved his defensive skill. Almeida could be just one of those guys that just needs to work on his defense a little better. It happens. It happened.
And hopefully not succumb to what Amir Khan did, where he just loved the good fights.
But even then, like Amir Khan, for example, didn't make those improvements. He did. He took a fight he shouldn't have took.
Oh, yeah, in the Canelo fight, for sure. But
in that fight.
Yeah, no, for sure. But you could see that for like a lot of fighters, sometimes they get into fights they don't need to get into.
Absolutely. Hands of Stone saying, I hate that John Anik guy. Love the fighter, though, who lost to Garbrandt. You like the poly of MMA and commentating. Oh, Dominic Cruz. Yes, Dominic Cruz is an awesome commentator. And just overall good analysis. A poly reference in terms of commentating is very apt, I would say. I didn't like John Anik for years as well. He kind of grew on me, to be honest, Hands of Stone. Plus, I met him a couple times, and he was very nice. And that usually it helps, let's be honest. What else? Oscar Martinez saying, I like Brendan Schaub. I don't mind Brendan Schaub. I think he gets a little bit too hyperbolic for my take, to be completely honest. Especially when you get him and Rogan together. It just becomes a hyperbolic freaking love fest. Hands of Stone again. Matt, who are you rooting for? Daniel Cormier or John Jones? I am DC all the way. Can't stand the eye-poking cunt. I'm not really going for anyone. Like, I've never been like a fan of DC. I've never been a fan of John Jones. Good takedown by Jimmie Rivera, by the way, in the opening of the third round. But to digress to the question, I think I've always been very impressed with John Jones's talent. And that's usually just been my thing. Like, whenever I see true greatness, that translates to me on a level. Like, I don't need to like you as a person if you're great. You're great. So that means I have to like you because you're just amazing. In a sense, that's always been sort of my perception. That's why, like, I don't mind Mayweather, because he is of his greatness. I can deal with his personality. Man, who am I going for? I'm not really going for anyone who I think is going to win. I think John Jones is going to win. I think John Jones is too good. I think John Jones is truly the best of all time in terms of MMA. I think that is without question. And by the way, guys, the rules for New York are the new rules. So it's no longer just a 3-point stance that you need to have in order to be a grounded opponent. Thomas Almeida tried that and ate a few knees to the face. Why is there only 3 rounds from Migaloo? They've just had that for a while. It's always been 3 rounds, 3 5-minute rounds. Ever since they implemented rounds, it's just been that way. Championships and main events are 5 rounds. And you gotta remember they're 5 minutes each round, not 3 minutes. That does play a factor as well. Any other questions? Let me see, because right now both guys are just sort of doing a chess match, eating shots for shot. Not saying it's not a good fight, but saying it's a really good fight. Santiago, if you see any action that needs to be addressed while I'm talking, please interrupt me. Davey Wilson, question: out of boxing and MMA, which sport do you follow first? Also, which boxer from any weight class do you think could cross over to MMA and be somewhat competitive? It's changed for me over the years. Back when I was a little more younger, I would say MMA first. But the older I've gotten, the more I've grown to like boxing more. Just because boxing always feels more like a spectacle. Even the lower level fights always seem a little bit more of a spectacle. Just my opinion. Which boxer from any weight class? Sean Porter. Sean Porter. If Sean Porter dedicated himself to MMA, can you imagine Sean Porter against guys like Jose Aldo? Insane.
Right, left hook.
Insane. That'd be very fascinating. Hands of Stone, yeah, but like height, reach, if you can make the weight, you make the weight. Those become advantages. Those don't become knocks on you. I'm saying that John Jones had 99.9% advantage over 99% of his opponents due to his height and reach. Yeah, of course he does. But I don't use that to knock him or downplay his achievements. That to me is an amplifier. wow, look at this guy with this reach and this height being able to do these things. Like, that's insane, right? Like, that's the way I sort of look at it. Though I can see why you think that way. I just don't think that way. Rob is saying that he has to go to bed because he's in the UK. Hashtag pussy. Hashtag it's okay, Rob. We love you. Good night.
Thanks for being on here.
Yes, thank you, Rob, for joining us. I know you're more of a boxing fan. Always appreciate anybody from the TBV community showing some love to MCR. Always love it. Shane Finley in the chat. Boxing is for pussies. Huh. It's just funny. You know, like that's what we were talking about earlier, Santiago. Like,
yep, that's exactly what we were talking
about. You
about.
get an MMA fan out of nowhere coming on saying, yo, boxing's for pussies, man. Like, putting on those big gloves and just hitting. You know, like, oh, God. It's just
here's a fun fact for everybody. Whenever me and Matt do some mass boxing, I always stick to boxing, and every now and then Matt will throw in a little kick, a little elbow, back fist, and, you know, we're just there having a good time.
I've kicked you pretty hard a few times. My bad.
You hit me in the face barefisted a few times too.
Yeah, but more like slapping shots, you know, like not like hitting shots. But anyways, digressing. Man, this is a very close fight.
Oh yeah. Right now I have Rivera winning personally, especially with that takedown.
I do too. I think Rivera's probably gonna win 29-28.
We're both gonna eat crow at that rate.
Though exactly, it's one of those where these last two rounds, the only round that was clear, in my opinion, was the first round.
Yeah, definitely. You have to give that to Rivera.
That round could be 10-8. And then here's the problem with 3-round fights and the 10-point must system in conjunction with the 3-round fight is that if you score the first round 10-8 and you give the next 2 rounds for Thomas Almeida, it's a draw. Which we get a lot, actually. Not a lot, but we get that fairly often, I would say, to where it's become noticeable as a fan or as a pundit. Yo, I've seen this commercial with Demetrius Johnson and Sage Northcutt at least 10,000 times with the sound off. God knows what they're saying, but it must be bad. It must be just such a shitty commercial.
You're probably tempted to hear it, though.
I am tempted to hear it because it's Sage Northcutt and Demetrius Johnson. Like, 2 of the most milquetoast people you can ever imagine doing a commercial.
Imagine if these two just walked into your kitchen one day.
And if you notice, back in the day when Metro PCS first became a main advertiser and sponsor of the UFC, who was in their commercials? Ronda Rousey. Now who's in their commercials? Sage Northcutt. Whoop-de fucking do. Like,
I just love your reactions, man.
Oh, another promo. Another promo. Hold up. Oh, it was a quick one. That was lame. Got me all hyped for nothing. Andrew Stone and Igloo having a pretty good chat about weight and weight bullying and what the meaning of it is. I mean, the only weight bullying I've ever cared about is when you try to fight a bigger opponent and make him suck down to a weight he shouldn't be at. That's the only time I really care about weight bullying. A fighter going down to a weight class and making that weight, if he makes the weight, I don't care. It's the second you really start trying to make catch weights. Like I had an issue with Canelo Mayweather being at 152 pounds.
It was 155.
No, Canelo Mayweather.
Oh, Canelo. Yeah, I had an issue with that too. 2-pound difference. I thought shouldn't matter.
That's very small, but I had an issue with that. And by the way, very quickly, Jimmie Rivera won by unanimous decision. I think the right guy won, so kudos to Jimmie Rivera. Definitely on a streak, beating Uriah Faber, Thomas Almeida. Tied for the longest active win streak in the UFC bantamweight division with the champion. Damn. Cody Garbrandt.
Oh, and by scores of 29-28, 30-26, and 30-27.
30-26, man.
There's that 10-8 round we talked about too.
And they gave the next 2 rounds for Jimmie Rivera. I don't have really a huge issue with that. I think it's not the consensus, but I don't have a huge issue with it.
Hey, do you want to hear what the scores were for Lyman Good and Dos Santos?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
It was 30-27.
For who?
Dos Santos. And then 29-28 and for Good, and 30-27 for Dos Santos.
2 30-27s. 2 30-27s.
Yes.
Hold up. Yo, that's all the judges that scored that shit 30-27. Hold on, I'm gonna get some futuristic guns on you. Where's my ray gun? Hold up. Yeah, I got it right here. Yeah.
No, you know what you should get on your soundboard next?
What?
The shotgun blast from the first RoboCop.
Yeah, it's not a bad one. Hold on. Let me turn up the volume on this one. No, see, that's a bad soundbite. I need to delete that one. I need better gun soundbites. Hold on. Let me see what this says.
Please.
No, that's a bad soundbite. My bad, people. My bad. I'm just upset. I'm really upset. You know?
Can't do it.
Just can't do it anymore, man. Might have to stop the show right now. I'm just kidding. But still. Man, 30-27s.
Split decision victory.
Two 30-27 scorecards, man. God. New York judging is the worst. New York judging in MMA is by far the worst I've ever seen in my life. Hold on. All those judges are
A horrible individual.
Yes, a horrible individual. God. You know what? You don't even deserve to be known that you die. You just deserve like a silenced gun killing you in the night. Out. Cold. Done. Put the pillow over your face. Bam, bam. All you refs. God.
Well, up next is going to be Patrick Cummins versus Gian Villante.
Hold on. I'm not done.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
Shame on all of you. Yes, Gian Villante versus Patrick Cummins. An interesting fight of light heavyweights that would never be champions, but because the division sucks, they're in the top 10, top 15. So it's a relevant fight. I may pick Gian Villante because I think he's the overall better fighter, though. Every time I pick against Patrick Cummins, he somehow wins.
Actually, I was actually, well, if you hadn't made your pick first, I was gonna say I was going with Patrick Cummins.
Yeah, I have no issue with you going Patrick Cummins. He surprised me in his last fight.
Oh yeah, I was completely surprised by that one too. That's why I'm giving him a good shot to get the win in this one.
Andrew Stone saying your thoughts on oblique kicks, Matt. Another thing John Jones does, which I hate. Igloo comes back. If oblique kicks are allowed, then they are a good tool to use. That's sort of my stance as well. If they're legal and you don't use them, I think you're being just detrimental to your own career and your own game planning and your own tactics. If something's on the table to utilize it, especially if it's efficient for what you do. And John Jones utilizes it quite efficiently. Now, do you want to make an argument that the sole purpose of the oblique kick is purely to injure your opponent? But you can make the same argument with punches, knees, and elbows and everything like that. It's one of those where do you really draw the line in terms of fighting? Oblique kicks are right there where it's borderline, where I can see arguments either way, but right now it's illegal. So right now I have no issue with it. There's things that are illegal that should be illegal in my opinion. Knees to the head of a grounded opponent. There hasn't been any sort of evidence to say that if you allow knees to the head of a grounded opponent, you're going to get more concussions and more damage and more brain damage specifically. There was no evidence of that. Not saying that that does not happen, but there's a lack of evidence. So it's one of those things where there's this line of what's acceptable and what's not, and that line has been changing throughout the years and throughout the decades for this sport. So I think oblique kicks are one of those where you're going to get more of a consensus at some point, but right now there isn't. So that's why you get more of this argument about it. And also you get this really polarizing figure in Jon Jones utilizing it, and that makes it even more controversial because you have a controversial person being sort of the poster child of this technique. It compounds the controversy of the technique as well. Hand of Stone saying he also utilized illegal eye pokes, which seem to be perfectly legal for him, though. In my opinion, oblique kicks should be banned. It's literally an attack to disable an opponent or retire them for good. Not necessarily. You can hyperextend a knee and come back. We've seen Anderson Silva break his fibula and tibia and come back. We've seen people get cracked skulls and come back. I mean, like, it's just one of those things where I'm not ready to say that's the line. That's my red line. That's unacceptable because that's purely there to injure your opponent. Leg kicks are purely there to injure your opponent. It's just harder to do it. It's much harder to blow out somebody's knee with an outside or inside leg kick, but it can happen. And Handstone, I have ACL and MCL issues, so I get it. I get knee injuries. Trust me, I do. But I also get that there is this arbitrary line in the sand, which I think makes no sense for a lot of fans, such as yourself. Not saying that you're delusional or anything like that. I'm saying, like, it doesn't make sense to me why you have this imaginary line of this is too much violence. And Oscar Martinez said, so flying knees and elbows should be banned then if they also disable your opponent. You know, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, there's this, the reasoning why people want oblique kicks to be illegal can be used for every other strike and used for the entire sport, if we want to be completely honest. This is the fight game. You know, there is an inherent risk that everyone is entering when they enter this cage that at some level has to just be accepted. You know, we can't child-proof the sport so much that it's no longer what it is. And I also think that's an impossibility. Like, there's almost no way we can do that, even though we keep trying to do that. Think about a 12-6 elbow. That's illegal. But there's been no signs or no medical, scientific, physiological evidence that giving an elbow from here to here is any different than from here to here. There's no difference. If you don't know what I was doing there, go on YouTube and you can see. You know, eye poking's different. I know you keep bringing up eye poking, and biting, and then again, I mean, we're all making an arbitrary line if you really want to be honest. You know, I just think that I don't know. I don't have the perfect answer for why are eye pokes illegal and why not oblique kicks. Like, the argument's going to be the same for everyone. It's going to be the same fucking argument. Well, it's damaging. It can hurt your opponent. Well, everything can. So why do we care? You know, like, there's that further, I don't know, idea, I guess. The only thing I can think of is that you can literally, if you put enough pressure on somebody's eye, you can actually, like, almost overload the brain and, like, do some serious damage in terms of nerve damage and like that. That's why it's a little bit different. You know, I have not seen, I could be wrong, an oblique kick, let's say, amputate somebody's leg, permanently disfigure them or damage them. I've never seen that. Maybe you have an example. I don't. But again, I mean, when these rules were made, when the unified rules of MMA were made, you had a lot of this sort of guessing. What should be legal, what shouldn't be legal, because we did not know. That's why you're seeing this more of an evolution of the rules and what things should change. I don't know. It's one of those where everyone has their own personal taste. I think it's sort of what you can stomach. I think that's really what the arbitrary line is for everyone. What you can stomach as an individual. What sort of violence can you watch and be okay with watching and being entertained by?
This actually reminds me of when JP asked about is MMA inherently more violent than boxing because of that.
Yes. We did a whole show on that, and I implore anyone to go back in the archives of the podcast, SoundCloud, iTunes, YouTube, even whatever, and find the show. Is MMA too violent? That was the name of the episode we did. Me, Santiago, JP, and we discussed that. It's one of those where I know people that say MMA is too violent for me. I can watch boxing. I know people like that. I know a lot of people like that. So everyone has their sort of red line in the sand of what is too much violence. For some people, that's NFL, to be honest. There's people that don't watch the NFL because it's too violent. That's an actuality. There's people like that.
And then look at hockey.
So it's one of those where are these individual moves more dangerous for pure injury than the others? Yeah, I would say so, depending on the moves we're talking about, not necessarily oblique kicks, but just saying moves overall, you're generally right. But the issue really isn't that in terms of what moves or strikes are legal or unlegal. Or actually legal, not unlegal, illegal or legal. And I think it more has to do with what people can take, what people can stomach. And you have to remember, a lot of the people that made the unified rules of MMA are the commissioners and the regulators of boxing. So you had this preconceived notion from the boxing community of what MMA is and how dangerous it is, affecting the rule set that we now have today. And again, I mean, there's tons of articles you can probably look up. I think ShareDog has a bunch of good articles on that whole move, that stage. When, in the night of day, you have the unified rules being made by the Fertitta brothers, who then, after the rules were made, bought the UFC. And again, that's a whole nother thing that's a lot more interesting or devious or whatever. So I can maybe get into that later. But yeah, people can stomach different things, and I think that plays a factor into the rule set more so than actual scientific data. Thoughts, Santiago?
Yeah, obviously, I've always put it down when it came to boxing and sports in general that just some sports are for others and others aren't. And from there, you have to figure out what exactly you're okay with. We have a myriad list of fighters who didn't like fighting, but they were good at it. Robert Garcia, Sugar Ray Robinson, they'd openly admitted they didn't like boxing, but they were really good at it.
Yeah, I'd also say you get that a lot in boxing more so than MMA. The whole idea of like, well, I just did this because I was good at it, not because I liked it. You get that a lot more. Not saying you don't get it in MMA, you definitely do. The Diaz brothers, for example, said that for years. They still say that we don't love fighting. We hate fighting. We grew up fighting. We grew up in the streets, so we know it and we're good at it, but we don't like it. Sal Young Mike, Matt, what's Gucci fam? Nothing much, Sal. Hope all is well with you, man. Thank you for joining us here today. Hand for Stone, Oscar Martinez, Igloo, Sal. Shout out to you guys for still being here. Martin Vergrea, I don't know if you're still with us. Thank you for joining us. Anyone else I am forgetting to mention? No one else. We have Patrick Cummins coming up next coming up now, I should say, against Gian Villante. Decent fight. Again, I'm picking Villante to win by a knockout in the first round.
I'm picking Patrick Cummins by decision.
Oh my God, JD from Texas joining us. How you doing, brother? Hope all is well. Hope you're training for the next Border Wars, JD. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Team America, what up?
Thanks for joining us today on this show, JD.
Yeah, I love it. Sorry, just reading some comments very quickly. Igloo, Bruce Buffer versus Michael Buffer. What do you think, Santiago? Who are you picking?
They're brothers, so I would say that
you know the story behind them, right?
Yeah, I've seen the Real Sports segment on them for crying out loud.
Real Sports had a segment on them. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they had a whole segment on how they found each other and everything. Yeah, how their grandfather had been a boxer, so on and so forth, and following in his brother's footsteps, Bruce came up with his own tagline, and it was "It's time," So it was good, you could see that Bruce Buffer has a lot more fire to him, while Michael's a little bit more eloquent with his presentation.
Fight's happening. There's been a minute already. God, it's already the fight I suspected. Patrick Cummins sloppily going for takedowns. Villante catching him at will. Patrick Cummins bleeding all over the place, getting hurt with shots. God, Patrick Cummins is so bad. Patrick Cummins is one of those guys, and maybe you can help me with like a boxing reference or a comparison. A guy that can get hurt with every shot, but for some reason just won't go down.
Who can I think of that reminds me of that? Someone who gets hurt.
But it's very hard to actually put away.
Honestly, the only guy I can think of, and even then it's a stretch, is Emmanuel Augustus.
Ooh, no. That's not bad. That's not a bad comparison in a way. Obviously, Patrick Cummins is nowhere near the legacy of Emmanuel Augustus in terms of MA and vice versa with boxing. But no, sloppy, but wins fights that he probably shouldn't win sometimes, and loses ones we expect him to lose. It's one of those.
He was a true road warrior too, man. Yeah, fighting in so many people's hometowns, sometimes getting the bad ends of decisions.
That slight journeyman feel to them, without being a journeyman, though.
Floyd Mayweather acknowledged him as one of his toughest fights.
Absolutely, the drunken master himself, man. Right? Isn't that Man Augustus?
Yes, it was the drunken master. The anime that I watched actually made a character in honor of him.
Yo, Sal Young Mike, Emmanuel could have been great. I don't know, man. Like Emmanuel Augustus is one of those guys where, like, he always had a ceiling. I feel like always tough, but he had a ceiling, right? Like Emmanuel Augustus was never going to be elite.
No, he was always that guy to basically tell you whether or not a fighter was on the cusp of being a good or great fighter. And he's fought some good competition.
JD saying there's no modern day Emmanuel Augustus. Do you believe that?
I think the closest we have to a modern day Emmanuel Augustus is Orlando Salido, to be honest with you.
And even then, it's just different. It just is a little bit different. I mean, the way Emmanuel Augustus moved was so unique. That's another thing that just is very hard to compare. Is just that
he earned his moniker for a reason.
Exactly.
And he loved to clown people, even in losing fights.
Sal Young Mike with a very, very hot take. He could have been Roy Jones in the lower weight classes. Oh, Young Mike is coming at you. Orlando Salido with 1 million exclamation points and question marks. So you're going to have to answer this guy, man. Sal Young Mike's coming for you, Santiago.
I think so, man. You could see that, that they're both caught from the same cloth. Like, and just look at the beginning of Salido's career, too. He lost so many fights, but he was always that guy that he was always going to give you a rough and tough fight. And, he's also fought some good competition. Juanmar Lopez, Vasil Lomachenko, Mikey Garcia. He wasn't exactly a pushover.
I think Sal is getting caught up in like the styles and the movements they had. Like obviously Orlando.
Oh yeah, they're a completely different style of fighters altogether.
In terms of sort of like divisional relevance, plus the idea that they've lost a lot of top guys, but they've also won some good fights. That is more I think about what Santiago was talking about than the style.
Oh yeah, if you're talking about style, then yeah, you're right, man. I'm on drugs if I'm comparing Salido and Augustus in terms of styles. I'm on drugs. You need to shoot me right now.
I mean, I don't think anyone has the style of Emmanuel Augustus right now.
Emmanuel's style was his own, and it truly, it was heartbreaking when I heard that he got shot.
It was very heartbreaking. Tragedies have been filled. Tragedies have filled this sport for a very long time, unfortunately. Stallion Mike, I see him more like a Rosado in that case. Ooh, and then Igloo, Rosado's trash.
How much time is left on your section?
My round is over already. Sorry, I'm dealing with a TBV thing. Some behind the scene information. Do I want to give these guys in the chat, these faithful TBV listeners, some clue-ins as to what is happening for Border Wars 2?
You could give them a teaser. I don't see why not.
I want to hear somebody in the chat. Somebody in the chat, tell me what you want to hear. You want to hear what old Bobby and Al Heyman are trying to do? Trying to rope me into some shit. Round 1, I'm gonna give to Gian Villante slightly. I don't know.
That round felt really long though. Was it just weird that round feel really long?
That was a really long fight, which I. The weigh-in is happening on Fox Sports 1 for McGregor Mayweather. Interesting. Hand of Stone. Who was Bobby, by the way? Didn't get that reference. Bobby Arum is Canadian Jose. I felt like that was obvious. Come on, Hand of Stone. You're TBV faithful. You should know that. God, this fight's so bad. This is one of those fights that I don't need to see. Like, I can just see the play-by-play on SureDog.com, and I'll be good.
You're gonna answer questions in the chat, then watch this fight.
Absolutely.
No, this is where you play the Mayweather sound bites.
Hold on. Oh, it's true because I have that.
Absolutely.
Damn it, Santiago. I fucked up.
You're too slow on the draw, brother.
Yeah. You know why?
Because you suck.
No, I don't. Okay, soundboard, be nice. Soundboard's so mean to me. I thought he was the Canadian Don King. It's kind of both.
Oscar King.
Oscar Martinez asking, or saying that he thought Jose was the Canadian Don King. He's kind of both. Igloo, I actually agree with you. Trust me. No, they just want me to fight Warren in the next event. They made Warren come and apologize to me and some shit. It's ridiculous. I even told Warren, I don't want your fucking apology. I don't forgive you. I don't forgive Warren what he did. That was some bitch shit. Let's be real.
Yeah, all that effort and training that we put into your camp.
Not even that. It's the money, and I'm to be very superficial right now. It's purely the money. I spent a lot more going to Jersey, training for an extra period of time, then going to Canada, and so on. I didn't need to spend a single dime. I didn't need to go at all. But Warren, I went because of Warren. Obviously, with the way it was scheduled, I was already in Jersey and in Florida by the time we found out about Warren. We got the call, I should say, Monday. It was that Monday night. And we got in Sunday. No. Yeah. No, we got in Monday morning. Monday night, we got the call from Jose saying that, Warren's not coming. Damn. It was just upsetting. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna waste my time for somebody like that. Ever. England chat, don't think it's worth spending all the money on Border Wars. I get that's a lot of money. I don't think it brings in new viewers at all. Obviously, Igloo, since you're a moderator and all that, and we've met. Maybe we can have this discussion more off air. There is reasons why we do Border Wars. that a little more long term than short term gain of viewers. That's not what we're doing it for, really. But again, we can discuss that maybe off air more. I don't want any prying eyes or ears, I should say, getting any of this info. Oscar Martinez, Warren is a pussy. LOL. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I mean, you should see the DM he sent me. He sent, actually, I shouldn't say he sent me. He sent me, Ness, Alex, and Enrique. He sent us all a message. And I don't care. I'm putting him on blast. I don't give a fuck. He said, TBV, Ness, Enrique, Alex, Matt. You guys, I know it's a week later, but I owe you guys an apology for last week's fuck up I committed. I fucked up bad last minute on the trip, and other stuff on my end happened afterwards. But I wanted to message you guys that I acknowledge that I dropped the ball. Matt, sorry the fight didn't pan out. But I'm going to continue to fucks with TBV, of course. Ness sends a very polite text back saying it's all cool. Hand of Stone, your question. Is that Algeria's old trainer or whatever in one of the corners? Possibly. Algeria being from the Long Island area, and so is Gene Villante. Very possible. But back to good old Warren. And then I responded. You know what I mean.
Not safe for work. Get the kids away.
Yep. Not safe for work. So just put them away.
Both barrels, guns loaded.
Both barrels, guns loaded. You cost me thousands of dollars on a trip for nothing. You cost the company money too, let alone the damage control. Dropping the ball is an understatement. Ness says it's all good, so I have to deal with you. But realize how much you fucked up, and in any other walk of life or business, you would be ostracized/fired for the way you conducted yourself. You have done nothing to earn my forgiveness, and until then, you won't have it. This isn't me hyping up a fight. This is me being honest. So, and then Warren said, okay. That's it. That's all he said back. Yeah, so I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what I'm going to do for the next Border Wars. And Igloo, who I got winning this round, I'll be honest, man. I wasn't listening.
Yeah, Matt's not exactly enjoying this fight the way...
It's too sloppy. It's too... You know me, man. The second you get above 200 pounds, you got to be something special. Like, if you're just mid-tier, like, it's like, why? Why watch that? Why?
Well,
like, you're not going to show me technique I haven't seen before. You're not going to show athletic excellence, because if you had any of those, you'd be at the top. I'm a hater. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you know, just like Ness can't relate to the smaller guys, Matt has a hard time relating to the bigger guys.
That is true. It's mainly because I am a smaller guy. Andrew Stone. Andrew Stone, this is why I remember why we used to get along. Because you do, when you're not shitting on me, it is pretty funny. I have to admit, it is pretty funny. Igloo, is the main event next? No, we have one more fight, and then the main event. We have Darren Elkins versus Dennis Bermudez, which could be very entertaining or very boring.
It can go either way, just like one
way.
of the fights earlier on the card.
Absolutely. No doubt about that. I mean, right now we're about a minute into the last round. Gene Villante looks tired. Patrick Cummins looks like he's just doing Patrick Cummins-like things. Again, I haven't been watching. Oh, good right hand by Villante. If this has really just been the case of the fight, that Cummins will land like maybe one good shot, attempt to take down, get sprawled out, Villante lands more shots, then Villante should be winning this fight handedly. He should be.
I have Villante winning. To be honest, you probably haven't missed much, to say the least.
Because this is all the fight is this stuff right here, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah, these are the type of fights I hate.
You can see it on his face, that raw emotion.
Oh, my face?
Exactly.
Igloo, I think Cummins outlanded him in the punch stats for the second round. Yeah, but then it's like it's punch stats again. Like, I hate using stats.
They will always be as subjective as scoring.
Exactly. It's the same thing for me. So yeah, he could have more punches, but was he doing the better work? Was he more effective with those punches that he landed? That's always the question. Good jab by Villante. Man, Cummins is just so bad. Both these guys are bad, man, and they're in the top 10. Oh my god.
12 and 13 respectively.
Oh, they're not in the top 10?
No, they're
Okay,
just.
I'm not feeling as bad then. I'm not feeling as bad. I'm not. But you know what? That then makes me wonder who the hell UFC has ranked in the top 10 that we've never heard of, because that's happened a lot.
That's probably the only thing you did miss in this entire event is the rankings for light heavyweights.
Yeah, but fuck those rankings, man. We don't care. Light heavyweight's the worst division in MMA right now. This fight is putting me to sleep by Oscar Martinez. You are absolutely right. God, it's only 6 o'clock, man. This is early. This is weird.
Yeah, you're not used to a 5 o'clock card.
No, this is. I like it though. I'm gonna go out after this, to be honest. Ooh, good right hand by Cummins. Oh, another good right hand by Cummins. Please tell me he doesn't get knocked out in the 3rd round. That would just be horrendous.
That would be awesome.
That'd be just so sad. Who do you have winning this round? I have Villante slightly.
Yeah, slight edge to Villante. Like, you can see that Cummins is landing some good shots. But as far as I'm concerned, unless he can put him away, I've got Villante winning this one. Like, you can see that he needs something big.
Cummins?
Yeah.
Sal Young Mike. All right, fellas, gonna start my shift. Much love. Nothing but love and respect for you, Sal. Thank you for joining us for your brief time before work. Hope your shift is enjoyable.
Best of luck, brother.
Go make that cheddar. Man, Patrick Cummins, just go away. You were a Starbucks barista before you got this job. Why are you still here? I'm sorry, everyone out there, that I'm being a hater. I'm sorry. No, I'm not. I'm not sorry at all.
Please tell me why you always hating. Please tell me why you always hating.
I can't tell you why I'm always hating, because, that's just my personality,
Daladi Biasi production.
This is a beautiful performance against a very tough guy in Michael Johnson. How you feel about it?
Fuck that. Conor McGregor.
You know me, Larry. From a wicked entrance, from a flip over the rope into a knockout. When the main thing is, I just hope the guy. I wish.
BoxingWiz.com.
Yeah. Hipsters here, haters beware. I don't know why I did that. I just wanted to play my intro because I love it so much.
Hey, you play it just as the round ended too, so who gives two fucks?
Patrick Cummins' face always gets that fucked up in every fight.
Oh yeah, even in his last fight against Jan Blauwich or
Jan Blachowicz. I thought he was gonna get knocked out in that fight. I don't know how he did not get knocked out. God.
Yeah, he's one of those guys. You just know it.
Igloo had Cummins winning the 2nd and 3rd round.
Watch the judges say that.
Igloo may be right. Igloo may be an MMA judge secretly deep down. It's okay, Igloo. We don't hate. We just call you CJ Ross and we move it on. Nah. To be honest, I forget a lot of Igloo scorecards for Border Wars. Even though, there really wasn't that many close fights. The closest fight was Casual and Jose. But then again, don't want to give too many spoilers away.
Yeah, you still got a lot of tape to release.
Yep, 2 more fights to be released. Patreon.com/The Boxing Boys. Oscar Martinez asking a question that I definitely care about. And Oscar, I'm going to keep it brief because I want you to be on TBV Overtime tomorrow. He asked me, any thoughts on the new Meek Mill album? I absolutely loved it. It was a fantastic album. There's maybe a couple songs that halfway through I skipped. I just wanted to get to the next one in a way. Wasn't really feeling the beat, but I mean, overall, I mean, I feel like almost every song was a good song on the album. Not saying that I loved every song, but every song was good. It was good music, at least. So that's a big quality to have. Where not one song am I sitting there going, man, like fucking skip this shit. You know, I never went that way. Oh my God, Igloo in the chat going, I gave Jose the third round. It's okay. It's okay, CJ Ross. Igloo, Dreams and Nightmares were my favorite tracks of 2012. Man, Igloo. Do not peg you for a Meek Mill fan. So definitely join us on Overtime. Definitely call in and everything like that. We'd love to get everyone's opinion on the album tomorrow. But album was great, phenomenal. I definitely liked it over every other album that was released this weekend. Thought Nav and Metro Boomin kind of disappointed, to be honest. I felt like a lot of leftovers from other albums that Metro Boomin has produced. Tyler, the Creator, I'll be honest, I still have not gotten into that album. I know it's a very different album. I've listened to a couple songs from it. It's the album of him coming out of the closet. You know, like that's just the reality. I mean, we have
Igloo, you were correct.
What?
29-28, all the way, split decision, Patrick Cummins.
God, fuck that. But I mean, the one thing, like, I wasn't really feeling Tyler's album either, Oscar, because I know you just said that. But I definitely have to give him some level of respect. You know, like for a rapper of his level to come out of the closet and say, basically, I'm gay, even though he really hasn't said it yet, but his album has. It's interesting to say the least. Like it's a moment in time where we may remember it, even though the album itself wasn't that good yet. Again, I haven't listened to it all. Maybe it's a lot better than what I think, but then again, it's a very different sounding album from every other album he's done. I mean, it's just different. It's just very different. So I'm not gonna say I don't like Tyler the Creator's album. I'm saying it's different. I haven't listened to it all yet. I need to give it some more time and see what I think about it. But yeah, Meek Mill bodied that shit, man. Bodied it. 1942 Flow, Black America, or was it Made in Black America? I forget the name of the song, but those two songs alone were insane. 1942 Flow is one of my favorite songs of the year, hands down. You know, though to be honest, I'm still bumping 444 more than any other album right now. I think Jay-Z had dropped the album of the year, and nothing's gonna beat it. Matt, nowadays even the rap hip hop community are more accepting of homosexuals. Oh, no, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. It's not like Tyler came out in the early 90s, is what he finished saying, hands of stone. You're absolutely right about that. That 2017 is probably the best time for a rap artist to come out at any other time in history. You know, maybe not moving forward, but any time in history, yeah, you're absolutely right. Look at the overall culture of younger hip hop artists. You know, they're wearing purses, they're wearing blouses, they're wearing chokers. The culture is changing. You know, men are wearing dresses in hip hop. Like, that's happening. Whatever your opinions are of that, I really don't care, but it's happening. It's a reality. So you can have an opinion about it, but it's a reality. I think we're going to start seeing more and more rappers come out of the closet. Not saying there's anyone right now that I'm like, oh man, he must be gay. I'm just saying, going forward, that's going to be start being more accepting. In my opinion, Frank Ocean was really the first one, even though he's not rap, he's connected with rap through R&B. And when Frank Ocean came out, that changed the hip hop R&B community in a lot of ways because of the amount of love and respect that is toward Frank Ocean. Tyler the Creator, I don't know if he has that same level of admiration and respect, but he definitely is a big name artist. So it's just very interesting time, very interesting news. For a rapper that used to say the other F word a lot, not fuck, but the other F word that's, you know, a slur against homosexual a lot, for now him being out, It's just weird. It's very different. It's sort of one of those things. As a fan of Odd Future, as a fan of Tyler the Creator, which I am, I'm absolutely a fan of Tyler the Creator and what he does. It's just different now. I have to change my perception of him in a way. But I mean, shout out to him for at least having the courage to do it. Most wouldn't. Let's be honest. Igloo, thoughts on Big Sean's album? I've made an Instagram post maybe a few days ago about like some of my favorite hip hop and R&B albums of the year, and saying how awesome the year has been and how it's one of the best years in the industry that we've seen. Big Sean's album was prominently featured in that collage. My thing is that because it's the amount of content out, it feels a little bit old now. So is Kendrick's album, Drake's album. Like those projects feel old now. They just do. This year has been so fast. There's been so many great albums come out that we don't get to sit on one project for months. It's a couple weeks we get a project, then we have to move on. Oscar Martinez, I'm still loving SZA's album. Thank you, man. SZA destroyed it, man. She did. I mean, it's just such a, for an R&B singer with her voice to have that intensity in her music is incredible. I know I'm losing Santiago here. I don't care, Santiago. You're going to have to deal with this talk. But her, Volume 2, to me is the best R&B album of the year. Matt, please listen to Low Key Sound to the Struggle album. Amazing production for an independent artist. Definitely will check that out. I love hearing more underground independent works. I'm also trying to get into more of like the international hip hop. So Hands of Stone, I know you're from the UK. If there's any grime artists out there that you really like, other than like not KMT or Griggs or anyone like that, like anyone else that you know, would love so many recommendations. Santiago, I know you're into different music. You're more into like metal and music of that nature.
Classic rock, J-Rock.
Classic rock. I mean, have there been any albums? I mean, do we want to talk about Chester Birmingham? I mean, that's sad. I mean, no, like
Yeah, nah. The thing about me is that I've never been one for the band. I've always been one for the music, for the rhythm.
So, like, if you just care about, I like the sound of this song, I may fuck with this song.
It's why I'm able to listen to songs that I have no idea what they're singing about. German, Japanese, Korean. I can appreciate it without having to really understand what the hell they're saying in their lyrics.
So my bad.
Yes, because if you look at my playlist, right, out of like about 212 songs, about a good 200 of them are from different artists.
Yeah, see, I'm not that type of guy. But very quickly, just want to say, everyone from Mixed Combat Radio and the Boxing Boys, give our condolences to the legend that was Chester Birmingham, lead singer of Linkin Park. Linkin Park, one of the pioneers of nu metal, pioneers of music altogether. It's just sad. It's just very sad when you hear of anyone committing suicide and leaving kids behind. So just prayers and thoughts to you, Chester, and everyone from Linkin Park and that whole community. I know Rob, or Robert Ortiz, the drummer of Escape the Fate, good friend of mine, of yours, friend of the show. He was close with Chester. I know this has hit him hard. So just thoughts to everyone out there, in this sad news that we received.
Yeah, man. Never something that you want to hear, but hopefully everyone that loved him will be okay, and that his spirit can rest easy now, and that whatever plagued him and his troubles, no longer haunt him.
Absolutely agree. It's the one positive we can all take away from any sort of suicide, is that hopefully they find some peace in a life that they obviously did not have peace. Back to the fights, digressing to the fights, which is what you guys are here for. We got the co-main event coming up. Darren Elkins versus Dennis Bermudez. fight between two top 10 featherweights. I think they're top 10. Probably are top 10. I don't know.
They're good fighters. I did do the stage study on these. Dennis Bermudez, strong takedowns, a good strong right, good form with the striking, and he's generally accurate. Darren Elkins, he can take a hell of a beating. Fairly decent striking. I think this will be another stand-up fight. It's going to be a good fight, a good scrap, and it'll probably go the distance too. And it might be a bloody one.
Or this is going to be a very grappling-centric fight, looking for dominance and control, a lot of close elbows on the inside. It's going to be a lot of things. This fight's going to be very interesting to see.
Yeah, the ground game I'm giving to Dennis Bermudez. If Dennis can get Darren on the ground, I think that he takes over the fight.
Igloo in the chat saying the weight classes in UFC confuse me. Don't know why they don't follow the same weight classes as boxing. We have to remember that the one thing that was really separate from the unified rules of boxing in terms of regulations and such were the weight classes. Weight classes were actually introduced at an earlier point than the unified rules. Obviously, in the very beginning, there were no weight classes. So UFC 1 through, I believe, 3 or 4 or 5. Again, I could have the numbers off. Sorry about that if I'm wrong. There was no weight classes. It was all open weight. And then you had 2 divisions. I think it was like 200 up and then everything below 200. And then I believe you had, again, this is going back in the memory bank. Then you had 3 divisions. And then 4. So like the making of the divisions was very arbitrary. And it took place separate of the regulation bodies, of the Nevada State Athletic Commissions, of the ABC and such, all those regulators and commissioners that regulate the sport, both MMA and boxing. The rate changes, the weight rulings, those all took place away from that. So that's why there is that separation. That's why you get the 10-point must system is a commonality, right? The 10-point must system is in both sports. It's in both boxing and MMA. Why is that? Well, because the ABC is the one that made the 10-point must system the ruling scoring criteria in the unified rules of boxing. The unified rules of MMA. The unified rules of MMA did not establish, they adopted the already existing weight classes within the UFC. So that is why. And again, I believe, I would say most of the modern weight classes were made by the time Zuffa bought the UFC. So by the time we get modern MMA, weight classes are already set in stone, and this is still before the rule set. This is still before the ABC actually makes a unified rules of mixed martial arts. So that's why there's that difference. Why you have some commonalities in rulings and regulations between the sports, and why some are separate, why some are vastly different, is because some of that took place outside of the common regulator between the two sports. Dennis Bermudez and Darren Elkins opening up the co-main event. We are about 30 seconds into the first round. Obviously, a much higher pace than the fight before due to, them being athletic and in a better weight class. Dennis Bermudez, gets caught with a huge right hand. Bermudez often in fight of the nights, if not fight of the years. Darren Elkins, usually a good scrapper. Hopefully this is a good fight and not a grappling fest without any action, as it could be. But again, I highly doubt it with a guy like Dennis Bermudez in here. How much of a difference do you think the talent is between UFC and Bellator? Depends on the division, depends on the fighters we're talking about. Obviously, Bellator is overall, generally speaking, a few levels below the UFC in terms of talent. But individually, that's not the case. You can make individual statements or cases that these fighters or this weight class is very decent, compares very well with the UFC counterpart. That is absolutely true. You don't think Phil Davis can go in right now and give everyone not named John Jones and Daniel Cormier a loss? You know, look at the way Douglas Lima dealt with Lorenz Larkin. I mean, they're just playing. Look at Hector Lombard and the way he came in. Obviously, that's the difference. That's Bellator coming into UFC, but Hector Lombard looked very good in the UFC. Yes, he's only lost to good competition. Igloo, surprised there are no big beer sponsors. Bud Light is a sponsorship of the UFC.
I see a Budweiser logo there too.
Yeah, I mean that's where it is. And it used to be bigger. That logo did used to be bigger. Just making a noticeable statement, or a statement of something that I've noticed. Darren Elkins using his grappling, that wrestling base, that the Midwest style of fighting. Dennis Bermudez trying to separate the hands, trying to turn away or turn into his opponent. This is probably the fight it's going to be majority, unless we get a good finish. Good head kick by Darren Elkins on the exit. Superman punch misses. Attempted takedown by Elkins misses as well. And Dennis Bermudez takes the center of the octagon. Good leg kick by Dennis Bermudez. Neither guy really establishing the range and the timing down yet in terms of striking. Darren Elkins is continuing to level change and take Dennis Bermudez down. Darren Elkins, one of the most underrated grapplers in the UFC right now, without a doubt. I didn't give a prediction for this fight, but I was probably predicting Dennis Bermudez because he's more of the complete package. But man, Darren Elkins, he's got the back, got that body triangle. Dennis Bermudez trying to turn into full guard. We got a minute left to work for that rear naked choke. I doubt if he gets it. Due to both guys being so dry right now and aware. Dennis Bermudez does not seem tired. It's very hard to get a rear naked choke in somebody that is not tired, in my opinion. Nothing's really changing. Fighting for hand control. Dennis Bermudez gets up, stands up, and separates and turns away with the spinning elbow, and separates the clinch. Lunging left hook by Dennis Bermudez misses. And they are back in the clinch along the cage. Ooh, good inside knee in the clinch from Dennis Bermudez, and a great suplex by Darren Elkins. But Dennis Bermudez pops right back up, and they are clinching along the cage. Attempted takedown from Dennis Bermudez. Almost lands. He lands a Muay Thai knee in the clinch. Punching combination from Dennis Bermudez lands. And we're heading into the second round.
Who do you give that round to?
Probably Darren Elkins, slightly. Though that's one of those where, because nothing really significant happened, it goes to who did more. And I thought Darren Elkins did just a little bit more.
Yeah, I gave it a slight edge to Darren Elkins too. I felt he had better control that round.
I agree. People in the chat, who won that round? Do we get was that 10-9 for Darren Elkins, or did someone see a 10-9 for Dennis Bermudez? Igloo saying that he would give it to Elkins as well. So CJ Ross also scoring it for Elkins. Oscar Martinez also for Elkins. So we seem to be in a consensus that Elkins did just enough to win that round.
The people have spoken.
But can Dennis Bermudez make the adjustments going to the second round? It'd be very interesting. Again, I still think Dennis Bermudez is the better overall fighter. But Darren Elkins makes everyone fight his fight. That's one thing Darren Elkins has a good skill of doing.
It's the best skill to have when you can get another fighter to fight your fight and out of their game plan.
Absolutely. Because even if you're not better than them on paper in terms of talent and skill, if you're the one dictating the fight and the pace of the fight, where the fight's fought, if it's on your terms or their terms, that's probably the biggest skill you need to have, because you can make subpar talent look very well.
Oh yeah, that's why back in the day, a guy like Sergey Zinzurek made everybody look bad.
Ooh, good left hook by Bermudez. Feinted with the body shot, then came up with the hook up top. I like that. That was good. If he wasn't lunging so much with the shots, then they would have more effect probably. Hands of Stone asking a quick question. Matt, in MMA, when someone gets knocked down and hammer fisted multiple times, it doesn't seem to do the same or more damage than someone taking shots in boxing, which surprises me. Thoughts? The reasoning I've always heard for that is because, on average, you're getting hit in the head less often in an MMA fight than a boxing fight, for obvious reasons. One, you have literally another half of the body in terms of height, at least, to hit. You have all the legs to hit. In boxing, you can't hit the legs. So you have a whole nother target or two other targets for strikes, both your opponent's legs. Also, the grappling cuts down on striking time, cuts down on striking connectivity, submissions. I mean, again, there's just a lot of things that play in the factor of how overall fighters aren't taking the same damage in MMA, at least in terms of head damage, head trauma, as they do in boxing, because boxing is more pinpointed to the head and to the body in pure strikes. I don't know if there is. It's hard to say because there's been a lot of cases in MMA of people dying that we attribute more to weight cutting than to head trauma.
And we've already established in the previous episode too how dangerous weight cutting has been.
Yeah, can be. Absolutely. But that's not what I'm getting at. But good point, how dangerous weight cutting is, and that needs to be fixed in both sports. What was I going to say? You cut me off, Santiago. Now I forget, man.
The damage that's incurred in MMA and fighters dying.
Oh, yes. So that's what we attribute a lot of these deaths in MMA. Again, there's never been death in the UFC. But the deaths that happen on the regional scene, we attribute that more to weight cutting than to head trauma. Even though there have been cases where it sounds like head trauma. But again, it's more attributed to the weight cutting adding on top of it, or compounding the issue, as I like to say. Because again, weight classes are are farther apart in MMA than they are in boxing. So weight cutting is a bigger issue in MMA than it is in boxing. But anytime somebody gets seriously hurt or killed, it says as I say in boxing, we automatically attribute that to punching, to somebody getting hit in the head, and that's what happened. In MMA, we don't. Not saying that that is true, just saying that the perceptions are very different. There's the Cleveland Institute for Head Trauma, I believe is the official name of it. They've been doing a lot of studies on head trauma for sports. MMA is one of them. Boxing is another one. I think they even had some evidence to show that there is actually a little bit more head trauma in boxing than there is in MMA. Though there's more head trauma in MMA than there is, let's say, football. Again, I could be wrong on those facts and those statements, but again, go look into that. Hands of Stone. Anyone else that's interested into the effects of concussions, how that plays a factor in MMA, go research the Cleveland Institute for Head Trauma, I believe is the name of it. And they've done a lot of that. Has there been a case in the UFC or MMA of someone put into a vegetative state like Magomed or Cologne, or Pritchard Cologne, is what you mean, obviously. For those who do not know, go follow Pritchard Cologne's story on social media. It's pretty, if you're a fan of combat sports, I urge you to be as up to date as possible on Pritchard Cologne news. It's sort of your duty, in my opinion. But anyways, is there a case of that in the UFC? No. In MMA as a whole, I'm trying to remember. I want to say yes, but I can't think of one. Again, if there's any story or news of somebody going to the hospital and it being very serious, it usually ends up being a death in MMA, to be completely honest. And again, weight cutting has been a major issue. Your body will literally shut down on you, and you will die if you cut too much weight. And that happens in Brazil a lot, because Brazil has no wrestling history, amateur or collegiate. Like that does not exist in Brazil, and extreme weight cutting started from wrestling. And that's why you have such an extreme weight cutting culture in MMA, is because that wrestling connection. So that's why you get a lot more deaths, unfortunately, in other areas that don't have wrestling, because they're trying to cut to weights that they have not been trained properly to. Even though weight cutting by itself and in the essence of weight cutting, I think is unsportsmanlike and I think is dangerous. Khabib's liver failed him just recently, hence his pullout. Yes, that's another great example. But again, Khabib is one of those examples of, was it the discipline? I mean, this is a guy that smokes hookah all the time and pigs out. He was on the UFC Embedded show, which is literally 2 weeks before the fight, a week before the fight, eating massive plates of Mexican food. And he has a weight cut ahead of him. So I don't know about Khabib's story necessarily, but yes, that's another case of just weight cutting overall being an issue. Did Dennis Bermudez win that last round? Igloo asking the question. Bermudez got that one? I would say so. I was trying to watch out of the corner of my eye. I thought Dennis Bermudez did enough to win it. Again, I have 1-1 apiece. So the winner of this round would probably be the winner of the fight in my eyes. Santiago, any thoughts on weight cutting, the damages of the sports, head trauma in either sport, the fight that we're watching? Any thoughts overall?
Good fight. I haven't 1-1 apiece too. In terms of weight cutting, you've already know where my stance is on that. I feel that fighters need to start making it a habit to fight at a weight class that is healthier for them, because that way there won't. I really find it stupid where we finally have a culture where you can tell that a fighter is drained. Their face is drawn. They look a little disheveled in the body with the way that it looks. Julio Cesar Chavez having to spend, I don't know, like an hour or so in the sauna just to cut weight. It's really the dangers of it is just it impacts what happens to their bodies more so than just simply getting hit in the head or hitting the body.
Very quickly, Oscar Martinez. Tim Hague died from head trauma, but again, he died in a boxing fight. Yes, he was a UFC fighter at one point. Yes, I believe he was even a title challenger, or at least an interim title challenger, to be completely honest. I could be wrong on that. I think he fought Frank Mir at least. But he died from head trauma in a boxing fight. I mean, if he had fought MMA his whole career, would that have happened? I don't know, and I don't want to sit here and make an assumption like that.
And to be honest, it's very stupid to try and make an assumption like that too, because any sport where head trauma is prevalent can
that can happen.
Yeah, just look at
it can happen in football, it can happen in basketball, it can happen in anything where you can physically contact your opponent.
ALS is named after Lou Gehrig, and Lou Gehrig was a baseball player.
Exactly. Handlestone, we can all agree boxers do weight cutting far better than MMA guys. False. Better? No, they cut less. You have to think about that. Roman Gonzalez is what, a 4-division champion?
Yeah, 4-division champion.
How many pounds of difference is that?
Let's see. He's fighting at 115 right now. Before that, he was 112, so that's a difference of 3 pounds. And before that, 108, which is 4 pounds.
And then 105, right?
Yeah, 105, which is another 3 pounds.
So look at that. And then compare welterweight in the UFC or MMA, which is at 170 pounds.
And then 185, 15
185,
pounds.
15 pounds. We're talking about in boxing, that would be anywhere from 2 to 4 weight classes.
Cruiserweight has the biggest weight disparity in boxing at 25 pounds.
No, it's 20. 175 to 195, right?
No, it's 200. Cruiserweight's 200.
Oh, my bad. I always thought it was 195. My bad. I always think it's 195. I don't think that boxers do it better. They just do it less. They cut less.
Yeah, like that's like
I've talked to boxers. Trust me, I've talked to boxers and asked them what their walk around rate is. It is on average a lot less than the average MMA fighter. The average MMA fighter is coming in. Let's say it's 170 to use my example. He's walking around 190 on average, and there's guys that are bigger than that. Again, you had a guy like what's his name? Hold on. I'm gonna pull up really fast. Santiago, say some shit while I'm looking this up.
Yeah, but to be honest,
Gleason Tebow literally got studied by Stanford and UCLA because of the way he weight cuts. He cuts to 155 pounds. Guess how much he walks around? 200 pounds.
And what's his weight? What's his fighting weight?
155.
Yo, holy.
So again, weight cutting in MMA is just vastly different. They cut a lot more weight. And because they cut a lot more weight, you get a lot more weigh-in failures. Because there's literally more guys cutting more weight. So therefore, you're going to get more circumstances of guys missing weight. In boxing, because there's less weight being cut, the weight classes are so close to each other, it's very hard to miss weight.
The after cruiserweight, the biggest disparity you get is 8 to 7 pounds.
Hands of Stone, that's insane. He's the guy people think Khabib lost to. You're right, that is the guy. I forgot they fought Khabib. Massive motherfucker. He literally got studied by universities because of the way he cuts weight. And the genetics that play a factor into that. Again, I'm not saying that boxers don't cut weight or that the weight they cut is not dangerous. I'm just saying on average, you get a lot more pounds per fighter being cut in the UFC and in MMA than you do in boxing, and it's just very obvious and plain. And by the way, I thought Bermudez won this fight. I thought he won the third round and the second round.
Same here.
29-28 scorecard. I thought he just was. He was the better fighter, and that showed in the second and third round that he was.
Yeah, he took control of the fight from the second round forward.
Absolutely. What else? Any other questions I missed? Hand of Stone. I can see why you're saying that they do it better because on average they're more successful in their weight cutting. I can see that argument. I can see what you're saying and why you think they do it better. Though I think there's obvious reasons why they do it better. That if those reasons were in MMA, this wouldn't be a discussion, right? If the weight class differences were the same in MMA as they were in boxing, I think we would get way less fighters missing weight. Come on.
Yeah, because the UFC has, I think, 8, 9 weight classes compared to 17 for boxing.
I think it's 9. Yeah, it's 9 to 17. So you're thinking about double the weight classes. And there have been talks about that for a very long time, about changing the weight classes and such. Don't know. Oh my God, they gave it to Darren Elkins. Dude, even he shook his head like, I didn't win that. God damn it. Judging. God. You know what's sad, though? If this was boxing, you'd hear, dude, it's corruption, man. The judges got paid off, man. And MMA, you're going to hear a lot of fans go, fucking judges, man. They fucking suck. That's all you're going to hear. Handlestone Matt, I would say fighters of all disciplines need to be disciplined year-round, like Hopkins, Porter, etc. Those guys stay close to their fighting weight, so weight cuts aren't that tough.
That's easier said than done at the end of the day, though. because there are fighters who have that mentality that they're gonna hold an edge if they can suck down to a lower weight class to be the bigger guy.
And again, it's a culture thing, right? The culture in MMA is to suck down as much weight as you can to get as much of a size advantage as you possibly can and can afford. Boxing, that's just different. That's less of a culture there. Weight cutting is very much less of a culture in boxing than it is in MMA. Again, due to obvious reasons of collegiate wrestling. Collegiate wrestling, you get massive weight cuts happening all the time. All the techniques to cut weight have been innovated and invented by the wrestling community.
They're even used in health classes as examples.
Man, again, I understand why you're saying that boxers do it better. I understand your line of thinking that they are on average more successful, so therefore they are better at it. But again, I think they have a much easier, exponentially easier weight cut than the average MMA fighter does. And Handle Stone, you think that boxing has perfected the art of weight cutting more? No, the weight cutting is exactly the same. The techniques are exactly the same in both sports. They are. You know why? Because they copied it from the same original sport, which is wrestling. So the weight cutting is not different. There's no perfection of it. There's absolutely no difference. You ask a boxer and an MMA fighter of the same relative ranking how they cut weight, and it will be exactly the same. And if it's not, it's more of a sign of that individual fighter not knowing what the fuck he's doing. But let's be honest. I mean, how do boxers cut weight that MMA fighters don't? You saying they perfected the art of weight cutting, Henderstone? How? I want to hear examples, specific examples of what boxers do to cut weight that MMA fighters don't do. Because I've never heard of that.
Yeah, neither have I. And I'm hard pressed to think that any one of them would have ever found a way to perfect the art of weight cutting.
Yeah, and again, I mean, because of just pure genetics, there is no perfect way to cut weight. There is no.
Yeah, you've got guys that are 5'11" that naturally weigh 122 pounds. It's not unhealthy for them. It's just that they can't weigh anymore. And then you got guys like Tommy Hearn, 6'2", started his career at 145, but he wasn't unhealthy. He actually had a pretty, healthy physique for himself. But then you've got the same guy who's like, 200 or something. So really, it all boils down to genetics and just the kind of body that each individual fighter carries.
Hammerstone, I would say mainly because MMA people go more so the wrestling weight cutting route, which is dangerous. Maybe that's more of like a typo. I don't really understand the sentence and how that is a specific example of techniques. Weight cutting techniques, practices that are different. And yes, there are different type of methods when weight cutting, but both sports use those techniques. It's on the individual cases on whether they utilize which method. But all those methods are utilized. All the methods to cut weight are utilized by both sports. Like, I don't understand the argument here, Hands of Stone, or anyone in the chat. Please, again, give me specific examples, specific things that are done in training to cut weight that boxers do, that MMA fighters just don't. Give me one, and I will shut up. I know, Hand of Stone, you want me to shut up more than anything. Let's be honest. I missed that entire interview with Daniel Cormier and John Jones. I wonder what was said. I wonder if it was entertaining. I kind of want to go back and listen to it.
Don't you have DVR?
Yeah, I do. I'll go back and listen to it. Fuck it. Come on, stupid remote. I got it. It looked like John Jones just got up and walked away.
It looks like he did. I don't know if that was the end of the interview, but I saw what you saw.
Why did my TV just froze? How is that possible? Wow, come on. Come on, TV. You got it.
You're not a streaming service.
You're not a streaming service. I had to turn off my DirecTV box. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. So as that is starting up again, I have no idea what is happening. And a Stone, I think the more accurate thing to say from my point of view is that on more individual basis, fighters, MMA do weight cutting wrong. It's one of those things where, is it wrong or is it just too much? Because that's the thing. If it's just too much, then change the weight classes, and then you would stop getting fighters missing weight more often. You would stop having fighters die on the scale or on weigh-in day.
You wouldn't have cases like who was it? Was it Jose Ramirez who passed out in his home after trying to make weight?
Yes, and then there was also this year, wasn't there? Antonio Orozco. Antonio Orozco passed.
That's who it was. That's who it was. Antonio Orozco passed out in his home from dehydration due to weight cutting.
Yeah, it happens in boxing too. It just happens less often because they cut less weight. And think about this: like you mentioned, like there's fighters that try to cut 15 pounds of weight in like 2 days and stuff like that. Those are usually lower level fighters. I think we can all agree. And the safeguard for lower level fighters without that expertise, without that training, without the team around them to make sure they're doing it right. Because in boxing, there's literally less weight you have to cut and more weight classes. It actually allows you more of that margin of error. It does. In MMA, you have less room for error because there's so much more weight. So lower level guys have that issue. You're absolutely right that these lower level guys trying to cut way too much weight in 2 or 3 days. And again, that is I think, due to the disparity of weight classes. If we have a weight every 10 pounds, for example, which I would say it's a monumental improvement over what we currently have, then we would get far less guys missing weight. But again, I fully understand your logic and your reasoning, Hands of Stone. It took me a while to understand it, but I totally get it. Absolutely. Let me try to find. Oh, here it is.
Daniel, you're on a 4-fight win streak over the top competitors in the 205-pound division. Coming up in 1 week, what can the fans expect to see from you?
Much better in terms of audio quality.
What they can expect is John trying to grab and hold on to me a lot faster this time, because I'm going to punch him in his face the moment they say fight. So as he started to grab me last time when I was hitting him, he better be prepared to do that early in the fight, because in the stand-up, I'm going to run right through this dude.
John, confidence, creativity, and dominance have always been associated with your fighting style. What can the fans expect to see 1 week from today?
The same thing. Same thing I've always done. Have fun, believe in who I am, what I can do, what I'm capable of. I believe this is my time, man. This is my era.
Daniel, you mentioned the emotions and the adrenaline that took place in the first fights because of your grudge match, because of the hatred between you two. Since that time, it seems that the hatred has only grown. How do you manage that 1 week from now better than you did in the first fight?
Well, a lot of times before, I would let it just it would drive me. Now it's whatever, I am the champion. It doesn't matter what John Jones says. I am the champion. I'm going to remain the champion next weekend, and I can finally put this little chapter in a long story career behind me.
Now, Daniel, you mentioned that you are the champion. Why do you feel, you said in the past that John Jones is not a champion anymore. Why do you feel that's so?
Well, I mean, he got his belt taken away. That's pretty self-explanatory, Brian. I mean, you're a smart guy, Brian. You know why he's not the champion anymore. He got himself into trouble. I didn't have to beat him to become champion because he beat himself.
John, your reaction, and obviously so far looking outside into your camp, this seems like it's the most disciplined you've been. Your reaction to what Daniel Cormier just said?
That doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. In Daniel's heart, he knows he hasn't beaten me. If he really can go to sleep at night feeling like a champion, then, that's whatever.
I will tell you right now, every night, I do go to bed feeling like a champion. Because why would I not, when I was not responsible for the things that he did? It's not the narrative. Nobody cares about the narrative anymore. I don't care about your punishments. I don't care about the stuff you do outside of the octagon. All I care about is you showing up on July 29th and you and I getting the fight again. That's all I've cared about for 2.5 years. All this other does not matter. And I have no issue with it.
Cool.
Obviously, as I mentioned, but the hatred seems to have grown between you two. Is there any chance, though, 1 week from today, that you guys end up earning each other's respect in the octagon and can squash this between you? John, I asked you that first.
DC.
Daniel?
I have no desire to be friends with him. In terms of respect for his abilities, sure, he's a great fighter. I've always said he's a great fighter. But every time going forward, we see each other, there's still going to be issues because either I'm going to smack him upside his head or something's going to happen. We're not going to be friends, and we're never going to be able to be in the same space because there will always be issues because he's a punk. You heard him. BC. You learned new language now or something. You can cuss in public. Good for you, John.
Well, gentlemen, 1 week from today, UFC 214, I speak for everybody. We cannot wait. Thank you so much for your time. Best of luck in your last week. Enjoy, and we will see you in the octagon. Oh, yes. Dominic, I guess.
Well. John Jones, man. I love it. I love John Jones in a way, because, man, he's a savage. And very quickly, before we get into what just transpired there, Mr. Hawk, speaking in French, montrez le combat, je suis un français, merci. Well, I just want to say merci for listening to the show all the way from France or Montreal, Canada. Don't want to hate on all those French Canadians out there. But just want to say thank you for listening to the show all the way from a different country, possibly. It means a lot to us. What did you think of that audio? I mean, I don't know if you were watching it as well on your own side, but then again, I don't know if you saw it.
Well, I mean, I can't rewind it, unfortunately. Tiger won't let me do that for some weird reason. But I was more or less seeing it as you were trying to get to it yourself.
I mean, when John Jones comes back and just was like, cool. Got anything else to say? Fuck DC. It's just that nonchalant.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
It's awesome.
It really takes me back to high school shit talking. Back when it was still good.
Very quickly, Hamstone, Matt, is there a limit on UFC heavyweights? Or why is there a limit on UFC heavyweights? I don't know why historically there is that. I just know that's always sort of been there.
Yeah, I always found that interesting myself, to say the least.
I do know that it was sort of in reaction to having a lot of really big guys in the first couple events. I mean, they had sumo wrestlers. They had very famous sumo wrestlers in their event. So it was sort of a reaction to that. We don't want to necessarily be associated with the fat guy league. They just didn't want that, I think, is why they set that limit. Again, this is pure speculation. I would have to ask a Art Davey, a Lorenzo Fertitta, a Big John McCarthy, somebody there that was on the ground when that was being made. Again, there is a division above that. There is super heavyweight. The UFC does not implement that, mainly due to there's just no fighters above that. But yeah, John Jones, Daniel Cormier, the trash talk. You said you loved it. I loved it. Because it seems so genuine. There's nothing fake about it.
I'm not a fan of shit talking. That's why I hate Broner, with every fiber of my being. But I could appreciate this. You could see the hostility is real. It's not, made. These guys just do not like each other.
When news came out that McGregor and Mayweather took the same private jet to one of the press conferences.
Oh, it made you think right off the bat. Oh, these guys are preparing.
It instantly took the fucking what's that called? The fucking curtain away, and I saw the man behind the curtain. I was like, okay, it's obviously fake.
It's staged.
It's staged, and you know what? I have
scripted.
I have really no issue with shit talking being semi-staged or semi-force, like whatever, man. You want to sell the fight, you sell the fight. That's your job, is to sell the fight in a way, and then fight, obviously. But
obviously,
when there is that genuine hate, animosity, disdain for your opponent, it instantly makes it better. It does. It instantly makes it more compel. I think that's for everyone as well. I know this is kind of like a casual question, and I know you're too savvy of a fan to really think this, but I'm gonna ask you it anyway. Does the shit talking make you think that anyone has the advantage in this fight? Do you hear that and go, man, John Jones is in DC's head. John Jones is laser focused.
No. I do not.
Or do you see DC going, man, fuck this guy. Like, I'm the champ.
I actually feel that way for both guys. I feel that way for both guys. I feel that both guys are trying to get in each other's head, but both guys are like, I want to say mentally tough. And I truly feel that when it's all said and done, these guys are just gonna let it go. They're gonna have at each other for as long as that fight lasts. It's a main event. It's gonna be 5 rounds. It's gonna be a good fight. I'm excited for it. You know, just listening to that, seeing the promo for it with you, and cannot wait. Cannot wait.
Very quickly, Igloo in the chat. Heavyweight is 265, so super heavyweight is no limit, correct? Yes, you are absolutely correct. Super heavyweight has no limit. But Igloo also come in the chat saying that the news that McGregor and Mayweather were in the same jet was debunked. That was a case of hashtag fake news. So kudos to the fake news world out there. Thank you, Twitter bots and Russia. Thank you. I don't know why I'm saying Russia. Well, I know why, but it's not true. It's not true. Like,
let's just
I love Russia. Wink, wink. You know,
nudge, nudge.
Yeah. You know. What else? Any other questions from the chat?
As we go to our main event with Chris Weidman and Kelvin Gastelum.
Yes. So I want to hear your breakdown and prediction, Santiago.
Well, obviously, I've seen both fighters before already. You know, here's a first for me, seeing two fighters fight one another now, and obviously,
hold up. We gotta give you an official soundbite for that great milestone. Like, you've actually seen both these guys fight. Oh my God! Hold up.
Fight each other.
Way to go, Santiago. We here at Mixed Combat Radio are so proud of you.
Screw you. But yes, this was the only fight that I did not need to do type study for, just because I've already seen them fight. And obviously, you already know. Kelvin Gastelum, 3-5 losing streak. He needs to snap the streak now. Kelvin Gastelum, I think, is the opponent to do just that for him. Kelvin Gastelum coming off a no contest with Vitor Belfort, a fight that you and I had looked forward to, and just to see that the fight hadn't been, declared a no contest kind of killed it for us.
You know why though, right? Please tell me why. They're showing the knockout right now.
Yeah, I saw the knockout. I mean, it just took me back to when we were watching that together. I think we did a live play-by-play for that too, right?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, man, look at that. And so, obviously, Kelvin wants to come back with
because the reason why he got the no contest.
I know it's stupid. I know the reason is horrendously stupid. Something we discussed about when it comes to testing positive for a banned substance.
Weed.
Ah, Lord help me.
And it was a post-fight test.
It was.
He passed the pre-fight test, but pot for the post-fight test. But to be fair, that is not USADA's ruling. That was the Brazilian Athletic Commission.
I still think it's stupid.
Where that fight took place. And I'm not sending any shots towards the Brazilian Athletic Commission, but y'all are some of the shittiest athletic commissions I've ever seen in my life.
Tell the tape. Weidman 6'2", 78 inches. What was it? Kelvin Gastelum, I think 5'10", 61.
Small ass shit. Doesn't matter. He's small ass shit. If Kelvin Gastelum wins this fight, it's due to his superior speed and athleticism. where he can just bounce in and out quickly, in range, out of range, very quickly, deliver short combinations, and bust up Chris Weidman, change it up, level change, go for takedowns. If he does that and mixes it up at the right balance, he wins this fight hands down.
And we bet a dude to Chris Weidman.
Dude, don't say that, man. Like, I gotta find, dude, if he loses, I gotta find a soundbite because I don't have the violins, man.
You don't have the violins. Come on, people know you for trolling people with that.
Dude, that's a TBV only soundbite, okay? I do not have that on my soundboard. That's on the TBV soundboard. I gotta find one. So you talk for a second while I find maybe something that's
close enough to it. But yes, obviously I want Chris Weidman to win. I'm picking him just because I want him to snap the streak. I do feel that Kelvin Gastelum is the right opponent for him to get back into the winning column. But Kelvin Gastelum in his last fight did look impressive, knocking out Vera Belfort in the first round with just a series of 1-2s. So it'll be a good fight. I think it's going to be a good fight. Hopefully, when it's all said and done, though, Chris Weidman can give a good account for himself and does not come out too damaged like he did in his last fight against Gegard Mousasi, where we were just left wondering what the hell they were trying to rule.
Damn it. Trying to find something.
Still haven't found anything? God, man, how much talking do I have to do? Hell, are you even caught up? Because I know you rewinded to go watch the press conference.
Oh, good point. Good point. Oh, my God.
Try to sync up with me because then we can actually do this.
Where you at right now? Where you at right now?
I am at Chris Weidman. They just showed his 13 record, his height, weight.
Okay, well, I'm already caught up to live, and they're in the cage looking at each other.
Okay, so you went back to ahead of me. You're ahead of me by like about 50 seconds.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's okay, dude. Don't worry. You got better TVs than I do.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
We're about to find out if we will be entertained.
I can always play this one for Chris Weidman if he loses. Okay, round 1 is starting. Front kick by Chris Weidman. I'm sad. I'm literally sad watching this right now.
If he gets the win, you're just gonna be ecstatic.
You won't get this, but any MMA fan that's listening right now will understand this. This is like watching BJ Penn versus Frankie Edgar 3, where you're like, I'm about to watch somebody get killed, and it's gonna be very depressing. That's the feeling I have.
I am sure.
Well, I'm really far ahead of you, Hand of Stone. Okay, I'll pause it for a split second. I can do that. Tell me when you're at 4:33 in terms of like the round, 4 minute and that 33-second mark. Okay.
I will.
But yeah, I feel like I'm watching a dead man right here. So sad. I can't look. What time are you at?
4:40.
Oh my God.
4:35. Don't tell me I just went ahead of you now.
No, now I'm going ahead of you.
Good.
Dude, I need to change the batteries on my remote. That's what it is.
Those things must be long past dead.
Yep. Because it just went fast forward and it would not let me stop. Now I'm at 3:33.
Nice.
Well, Chris Weidman is doing a decent job of keeping him at bay. I think he's trying to pace himself right now.
I'd imagine it's a 5-round fight, and I'm sure Kelvin Gastelum is not going to take this guy lightly either. He was a UFC middleweight champion.
One thing I do like, though, good takedown by Chris Weidman. I got to pause it because I know you're really far behind me. Where are you at, Santiago?
3:35.
I can wait.
Where are you at?
3:05.
I'll let you know as soon as I hit 3:10.
Yeah,
so you can count down.
I think with what I've seen so far, Chris Weidman is really hooking off.
He's doing pretty good. You know,
he's not doing bad right now. If he can keep him at bay with his reach, he should be able to win this.
3:10.
Perfect. Kelvin Gastelum going for that triangle choke. Obviously does not land. He spins out, gets his back taken by Chris Weidman. Weidman landing some ground and pound, elbows, and hammer fists. Kelvin gets up, takes a knee to the head from Weidman.
Goes down again.
Yep, dumps him,
Oh, but I
up,
kind of
takes another knee to the head.
And Chris is doing pretty well for himself for this first round.
He's controlling. He's smart. He's playing. He's fighting smart.
That's good.
Great reversal, but obviously Weidman reverses it again and gets side control on Kelvin Gastelum off the takedown. Interesting. I wonder if he's gonna. Yep, he's gonna try to either go to north-south and then transition to full mount, or he's gonna stay north-south and look for a choke. Either way, he can attack from a lot of different angles right here, especially from a submission point. Looking for a Kimura, it looks like. I can't tell if he has the arms locked.
Looks like
yes, he's going for a Kimura or Americana, depending how he turns into it. Weidman is definitely winning this round. I know somebody just asked that. This is easily a 10-9 round for Weidman, if not 10-9, just from pure dominance standpoint. But I wouldn't say it's 10-8.
He's trying to pull that arm out too. He's trying to pull that arm out. But Kevin gets loose and they're back on the feet.
Yes. Good escape from Kelvin Gastelum. Pretty much just forced his way out of it and spun out. Takes a lot of shoulder strength to keep your shoulders stable in that.
Oh, good left hook by Chris Weidman.
Good left hand by Kelvin Gastelum. There is a hand speed difference if Kelvin just starts throwing. I don't think Kelvin has the distance down yet. I think Kelvin probably feels like he's too far out to throw shots. That's why he's not throwing right now.
Oh, the reach disadvantage is significant, man. He's gonna have to work. His good head kick. Good head kick.
I like that.
Good head kick by Kelvin Gastelum.
Oh, good right hand by Kelvin Gastelum as well, man. There is a hand speed difference.
Yep.
Both guys just pawing with their lead hand. Obviously, one is orthodox and one is a southpaw. That does play a factor into how the striking is played out in the octagon.
With everything lead. Ooh, knockdown. 1-2.
Kelvin Gastelum with the left hand.
Going for the hits. He's going for the hits. He's going for the hits. And Chris tries to get up. He's against the cage.
But he gets the shot. Round is over. Wow.
Wow.
Knocks down Chris Weidman with the beautiful left hook.
Does he steal the round?
Of course. I mean, sorry. Does he?
Right.
Because it was 15 seconds of offense compared to 4 minutes and 44 seconds. Or
exactly. So did he do enough with that small flurry to win the round? I don't think so. Personally, I would probably give it a 10-9 in favor of Chris. Or 10 or honestly, I might even give it a 10-9 for Kevin because of the knockdown. It was
not Kevin, Kelvin with the L.
Kelvin Gastelum. I'll give it a 10-9.
Yeah, man, I agree. I gotta give it 10-9 for Kelvin Gastelum. I thought he did the most significant work.
Yeah, he did. It the knockdown
dominant for most of the round, but he did the most significant work. He did the most efficient work with that single shot. Let's be completely honest. Man, somebody could make that a 10-10 round. No, you're absolutely right, hands are stone. And 10-10 rounds are more prevalent in MMA.
Yeah, they definitely are. That's what I like about that.
More prevalent in MMA because of things like this, grappling. When you have somebody controlling, going for submissions for 3 or 4 minutes out of a round, and then a knockdown, how do you score that? That's why you get more 10-10s in the UFC/MMA. But great 1-2 by Kelvin Gastelum. Puts down Chris Weidman, beginning of the second round right
and
now.
following up with a series of blows before the round ended too.
Where is the fight? The fight is in the second round. We're at the 4-minute and 30-second mark. Oh man, I don't think his legs are completely under him right now.
No, you can tell that the punch is still with him.
Yeah, and that could just be due to all the damage he's received in his career.
The 3 tough fights he's had. I mean,
he needs to start throwing that right hand more like a jab. There you go. Good right hand. And he needs to start working those takedowns. He needs to start making this an ugly fight.
take advantage of his wrestling ability.
And very quickly, Hands of Stone, the scoring criteria is effective/clean striking, effective/clean grappling. So striking is actually prioritized over grappling in the rule set. Octagon control and then aggression is the 4 criteria of the sport. What channel is this on? It is on Fox, on U.S. television, BT Sports, I believe, in the UK. If you're in another market or another country, I have no idea. Chris Weidman has taken the back of Kelvin Gastelum along the cage. He doesn't fully have the back, I would say, because of the positioning against the cage right now. But Weidman is looking for that rear naked choke, landing some shots, playing the hand game of trying to fight for hand position around the throat. Kelvin Gastelum trying to get up. He does get up, but his back is still taken. Can he split the hands of Weidman and spin out? That is the question. Weidman takes him down again and still has the back, still has control. But again, this is eerily similar to the first round, where Weidman controlled a majority of the round and then got dropped in it. Is that going to happen again in this round? I don't know. Weidman needs to take him down again. He almost took him down with a single leg, or it's more of a high crotch suplex. Yeah, Fox is channel 11 for everyone in the United States. Doesn't matter where you are. You got Fox if you have a TV that's hooked up. Weidman took him down. He's in full guard right now. Again, he just needs to control. He has a superior submission game. He should feel very comfortable here, even in the full guard of Kelvin Gastelum. He is the far superior grappler. This may be his path to victory instead of fighting and punching with the faster opponent
and fresher opponent. Really,
it's channel 5 in New Jersey, New York. I didn't know that. I thought Fox was channel 11 everywhere in the United States. Apparently, I was wrong.
Hey, that's news for me too. I would have gone to channel 11 by default.
Somebody asked who won the first round. First round is very, very close. Chris Weidman was controlling for over 4 minutes of the round with his grappling, threatened with a Kimura arm lock, but then Kelvin Gastelum viciously knocked him down at the end of the round. It's one of those where it's either one, to be honest. It's either or.
It's either a swing round or you give it 10-10.
Yeah, I completely agree. Chris Weidman right now is working elbows in the full guard. Again, just controlling, landing enough shots so he doesn't get stood up, and winning the round, recovering as well. This is great for him. He needs to recover.
30 seconds to go on the clock.
DirecTV does have it. Nicholas Montemayor. I'm sorry if I pronounced your last name wrong. But Nicholas, DirecTV does have Fox because I have DirecTV and I'm watching Fox right now. For me, it's channel 11, but I'm in California. So again, depends where you are. So let me know maybe what state you're in. I can try to find out what channel it is on for you. Even though you can probably do that on your own. Let's be completely honest.
That's the end of the second round. I have to give that one to Chris Weidman.
Round's over for you already?
Yeah.
Then you're like 20 seconds ahead of me.
Oh, that's a first.
Yeah, second round, obviously Chris Weidman. I mean, depending on that first round and how you score it, you could have it all over the place right now. You could have it.
It could be 1-0-1, 1-1, or 2.
It could be 2019. Right? I mean, it could be easily 2019.
The score could be anything, however you scored that first round.
Third round is about to start for us, ladies and gentlemen. Third round is starting as we speak at the 57, 56, 55, 54, 53, 52, 51, 50. If you want to try to sync up with us. Quick knockdown to Kelvin Gastelum. Lands a 1-2, though, on Weidman. Weidman should not get into a brawl. Oh, good jab by Kelvin Gastelum. Damn. Oh, that was a bad takedown attempt by Chris Weidman. He was way too far out. Did not set that up. Head kick attempted by Chris Weidman. I don't think it landed. The camera cut as it was thrown. Ooh! 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 3-punch combination lands for Weidman. Start with an uppercut after a feint. Oh my goodness. Good head movement by Kelvin Gastelum to slip a lot of those shots afterwards, though. Both guys sort of getting into a boxing battle right now. This is what I was kind of worried about.
Hey, look,
it is entertaining, obviously.
yeah, it's not only good, but Weidman's not doing too bad for himself either.
The reach helps, to be honest.
Oh yeah, you could see he's taking good advantage of the reach and distance.
If you notice, that single leg takedown was quickly sprawled out by Cummins Gastelum. Both guys are pretty sweaty right now, so that stuff is easily slipped out of. You need this, take him up against the cage, work for a double or single leg, chain the takedown attempts, and then obviously drag him to the mat. That's how you can get takedowns in this portion of the fight. Takes Cummins Gastelum down with 3 minutes to spare. Cummins Gastelum is getting up already. That's one thing Cummins Gastelum has showed at least a quickness to get to his feet where he has the best chance of winning. Juice TV, you're ahead of us. You're ahead of us by like 10 seconds, by the way, if you want to pause it a little bit to be caught or to be in sync with us. Fam Ali. Oh, another takedown by Chris Weidman. Good double leg. Chris Weidman already going for the back. Working some ground and pound. Again, Kelvin Gastelum already attempting to stand up. But he gets dragged back to the mat. Chris Weidman is controlling. Takes the back again. There is a clear... I don't even know if it's a grappling disadvantage, but the size does play a factor into the grappling, obviously. I don't know if Weidman is just this much of a better grappler than Kelvin Gastelum, or if the size is just that much of a factor. Because right now, in terms of grappling, Weidman's being able to manhandle him a lot.
Size, the skill set, it's all playing into Weidman's favor right now, and it's helped him to control this third round altogether.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Going for an arm triangle. Does he have it? It looks tight. He's going to tap out. Looks like he's about to tap out or get choked out. Trying to do the proper defense. He's tapping out. Chris Weidman getting the submission win off an arm triangle in the third round. Wow. Hold up. You got the sound bites. Hold on. In his home state, his home county of Long Island, New York, in Nassau Coliseum, the recently rebuilt Coliseum, in front of his family and friends. He gets the victory, stops the losing streak, and he is instantly back into the middleweight title picture. Ladies and gentlemen, I think there is one thing we have to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
We got him. We got Kelvin Gastelum, guys. Chris Weidman's back.
No better way and place to break that 3-5 losing streak.
Yes. Santiago, go tell that dog to be quiet, please, for the love of God. Before I go, I was about to say some really awful shit. I shouldn't say. Anyways, thank you, Nicholas, for saying good fight calling, bro. Please let us know what your overall thoughts on the card was, either in the live chat or obviously on any sort of social media platform. As you can see in the video itself, you can follow me on IG and Twitter, Matt Hunter TBV on IG, and at Mixed Combat News on Twitter. Obviously, I mean, great showing from Chris Weidman. There was the scare, though, with that knockdown. And again, it's coming from more of a natural welterweight. Man, I'm not going to say Chris Weidman's back, but this was a much better showing from him.
it was the type of fight he really needed. After the tough fights that he's had these last 3 fights, this was the fight he needed to get himself back in the win column, back to winning ways.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And obviously, if you do not know Mixed Combat Radio, we are sort of like the studio affiliate of the Boxing Voice Radio. The Boxing Voice Radio, the #1 podcast on iTunes for boxing. So go check us out there. The Boxing Voice on any sort of social media platform. Also go to patreon.com/The Boxing Voice. You can also go to patreon.com/Mixed Combat Radio to support this channel individually if you wanted to. But you can catch The Boxing Voice every Thursday and Sunday at 4 and 7 p.m. Pacific time, Eastern time. This show is more spontaneous, more once a week. We're going to try to come back next week, hopefully around Wednesday, with our preview show of the Daniel Cormier-John Jones fight. If you are on Skype and you want to call into the show, add me, mix.combat.radio. If you wanted to call into the show at any time, we can definitely set that up, and you can be a guest host for a show. No problem. Somebody's asking in the chat, who do you guys got, DC or Jones? We're going to have to find out next week when we do a show on it. Final thoughts on the card, wrapping it up. I mean, there was tons of good fights, honestly. I thought there really wasn't one bad fight except for the Patrick Cummins fight. And even then, that fight just wasn't bad. It was just sloppy. But Chris Weidman, damn, he's back. He's back, and I'm happy. I'm happy the guy, one, just a great individual, great human being himself. I'm glad he's back in the winning column. I think if he had lost 4 in a row and got released from the UFC, it would have been trapped.
He would be bidding a sad farewell to a great fighter.
Absolutely sad. Obviously, this is sort of like his hometown reunion in a way. He's from Long Island. This fight is in Long Island. And he won it in the main event on Fox, a huge platform. So I cannot wait. Who should he fight next? Great question, Nicholas. Interesting. Who should he fight next? Let me pull up the rankings really fast. And I will definitely tell you, because the UFC rankings do matter in how they matchmake fights. So we do have to sort of see what they do. Middleweight. Oh, stupid website. Michael Bisping is obviously the champion. Robert Whittaker is the interim champion. Yoel Romero just lost. Obviously, he also just beat Luke Rockhold. Not Luke Rockhold, Chris Weidman. Luke Rockhold is scheduled to fight David Branch on FS1 main event, so he's tied up. Jacare Souza. As far as I know, he does not have a fight lined up. Makes a lot of sense. Then obviously you have Chris Weidman, ranked number 5. Anderson Silva, Derek Brunson, Kelvin Gastelum, David Branch, Kristen Jocko, Vitor Belfort, Talis Letis, Tim Boach, Uriah Hall, Thiago Santos. If he wants to get a high-level fight, then the one that makes the most sense is Jacare. Jacare is free. As far as I know, he's healthy as well. He's highly ranked, and he helps you get to a title shot. But very quickly, Chris Weidman is going off on his post-fight speech. So I'm going to rewind it very fast. When I point the mic to the TV, we're going to listen to it together, hear what the All-American has to say about, obviously, this huge victory for him and his career.
Right now, how important was it for you to come out here and show them what it's like to come back and that they can't come back?
First, thank you, God. Guys, you go do something. You get to the other side, believe in yourself. Screw everybody that freaking what their opinions are. Screw it. Go around with it. What's up, baby? What's going on? Taking over around the world and never finished. Vera, my wife, my family, I couldn't do anything without them. My coaches, mom was everything. My little wonder boy. I'm so blessed. Lastly, that British bum who's crying and speaking house right now. I'm back, baby. I'm back. What's up? Stop hiding from the real guy. Let's go, baby. I'm the champion. Everyone knows it.
Chris, at the end of round one, it looked like you were hurt bad.
He just said he's the champ
How quickly did you recover, and
on a
what
3-fight
adjustments
losing
did you
streak.
make to get the submission win tonight?
A lot of credit to Kelvin. You can't stand in front of him. You got to cut angles. He got me to stand in front of him for a second. He made it work.
Let the guy feel that way, man. He's had 3 losses. He finally got a win.
Yeah, I didn't go out or anything like that, but it was like flash knockout. I guess that's what it feels like. Came right back to it. The whole plan with this camp, stay relaxed, be confident in my skills, and the finish will come. And that's what happened.
How much does this fight, winning this fight, mean to you, and to do it here in Long Island after your last 3 fights in the journey you've been on?
Yo, keep doubting me, people. I know Long Island ain't doubting me. I know you guys got my back. But these other dudes around the world, keep doubting me. I dare you. Keep doubting me.
Inspiring performance. Congratulations. Long Island, Chris Weidman.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen.
Matt just made sure that this video got flagged for copyright infringement.
There's no way that happens. Shut the fuck up, okay? Well, good thing this isn't TVV where we just got hit with copyright infringements. But anyways, digressing. Great event. Happy for Chris Weidman. Happy that Long Island, got to see their hometown guy win. Again, sorry about that. As somebody who's seen their hometown fighter lose and win numerous times, seeing your hometown fighter lose sucks. So I bet they're hyped. I bet everyone's gonna have a good time. What is
that son of a bitch gonna get drunk tonight?
Yes. What is next? Maybe a Jacare, maybe a Talis Leites, maybe it's a Robert Whitaker, maybe it's a Romero rematch. God knows. God knows what they're going to do with Weidman, because right now all we've seen is that he's in tough fight after tough fight after tough fight. So, I mean, keep assuming he's going to be in a tough fight until something drastic happens. Those are my final thoughts. Santiago, your final thoughts.
I feel happy for Chris Weidman snapping the 3-fight losing streak, getting a win in his hometown, in front of his hometown audience. You know, there's no better adulation you could want for yourself. And I hope that whoever he does fight next is a fight that gets him back into title contention. You know, maybe down the line, the winner of, you know, George St. Pierre versus Michael Bisping, if that fight ever goes through. The card was great. The only real, I guess you could say, snoozer was the Patrick Cummins fight. But besides the point, all the fights were great. All the fights were exciting. Even the fights that we thought might get ugly turned out to be really good, except for the Patrick Cummins fight.
Yes. And again, if you're new to Mixed Combat Radio, hit that like button, subscribe. You can follow us on Facebook, on Twitter. Facebook at Mixed Combat Radio, Twitter at Mixed Combat News. You can follow me at Matt Hunter TBV on Instagram. You can follow my co-host Santiago at Sant SANT731 on Facebook. He does not have a Twitter because he's lame. But again, we're going to be back next week on Wednesday with our prediction show for UFC. I forget the number, but it's John Jones versus Daniel Cormier 2.
214.
Daniel Cormier versus John Jones 2. Cannot wait to be back. Obviously, we're going to be back tomorrow for our Boxing Voice, or I should say boxing show, The Boxing Voice, on YouTube, Blog Talk, Stitcher, any other way you digest your podcast. We're on to go to The Boxing Voice, also on YouTube. Subscribe there, hit that like button. Yeah, we'll be back. Peace.